And now we start something that's going to be a bit more of a unique experience versus prior games that I have played. And this game's unique in the sense that it's very retro and in a style of game that is a very recent discovery, you know, thanks to games like Disco Elysium and Baldur's Gate 3. This game being, actually, before I do anything else, I'm going to change something. There wasn't a warning when I started the game up, but I want to at least be a little cautious and put that in the title. There we go. So, this game is one that I've had wishlisted for a good little while now, and is much more unique versus others. It's a standout game as far as any of the other ones that I've played that are more RPG centric. This is an RPG, but stylistically, it's very different because this game is, it'll load. Give it a second. I gotta love when sometimes PC games take a bit to load like this. SKALD against the Black Priory. I don't remember how I ran into this game. I know it was back in 2022, I believe, when I first found it and wishlisted it. And it had a demo that, if you remember, if you may remember, I actually played. So it's a kind of a CRPG in the style of a lot of those older CRPGs like Wizardry and maybe like the first couple Baldur's Gates in terms of its style. And it's apparently a more dark fantasy CRPG setting that has, you know, dice rolls, character stats, and all of that good stuff mixed in with some Lovecraft style horror. I don't really know what the full scope of the story is, and I don't really remember much from the plot from the demo I played a few years ago because that was a while ago and a lot can happen. So I may have forgotten some stuff, but this is the full game now, and I'm excited to finally give this a go because it looked cool. It looked cool and I wanted to give it a try. So yeah, let's give this a go, shall we? Actually, before I do that, settings. So let's check everything here. So as you see, it's very old school in its UI and everything too. Enter map autosave. Yes. Reset autosave, that's fine. Tactical grid, that's good. Tactical icons always on. The degree to which the game shows tactical symbols and grids during combat. If set to true, the game will automatically show tactical icons during the planning state. Okay. If set to false, the tactical icons will only show when holding down shift. Okay, so you can toggle it with using shift. Good to know. And yes, I am playing keyboard and mouse with this because I've mentioned many a time that I'm team controller all the way, but for games like this and farm sims and what have you, I really prefer to play with keyboard and mouse because it just feels like there's so much to the game's control scheme that feels like it can't be ported to a controller. I don't know if controller even works with this, so yeah. I mean, I imagine controller support might be a thing, but it might not feel as good, so yeah. And sometimes feeling good on the controls is just as important as the actual layout. So, show stealth info. Setting this to enabled will show a tooltip box containing info on the light levels and stealth modifiers for tiles when you right-click them. Combat pop-up length. This adjusts how long the on-screen combat pop-up text lingers. Note that a turn does not progress until the character's pop-up text is gone, so adjusting this number will also adjust how quickly combat turns passes. Okay. So this essentially means, like, the text that's on the screen for an action, so like if I swing a sword and I miss, and it just says miss on the screen for whatever the normal length is, it says to me like, okay, that turn lasts as long as that text is on screen. Tutorials, extensive. The degree to which you want the game to offer gameplay tutorials during play. I will keep that at excessive because I feel like I'm gonna need it. So all that looks good. Difficulty, normal, that's fine. Attribute rerolls. If this number is greater than 0, the system will re-roll any of the player's attribute skill checks, for instance, dice rolls that many times and pick up the most favorable one to... Oh! Okay. I see. So it lets me be able to pick how many times I can re-roll for a check that might have gone really badly, or if I didn't pass one. I'll keep it at 1 for now. But that's nice that they included that. I don't know how large I don't know how many you can pick, but I don't think you could probably go 99 rolls and then just have everything be in your favor. Player rerolls. If this number is greater than 0, the system will reroll any of the player's combat dice rolls, such as attack rolls or defense rolls, that many times and pick the most favorable one. Okay. So a lot of these are the same. So enemy rerolls, enemy damage rerolls. They get 1? Yeah, that makes sense. Kind of wish I could scroll wheel this. All right. Combat heal. If enabled, the party will heal fully after each combat. I think I'll keep that disabled. No encumbered. If enabled, the party has no limit to carrying capacity. That I may change. I'll see how the inventory and carrying system feels. But I may end up unencumbering myself, because sometimes having a really strict encumbrance system can really make you feel like you're having to do a ton of inventory management. Cannot die. If enabled, the main PC can never die in combat. Okay. So you can disable or enable that. Interesting. XP for KO characters. If enabled, the XP will also be given to downed characters after combat. I'll keep that, because I don't want characters to fall behind too much. Ignore food. If enabled, the party does not need to consume food. Interesting, so you got kind of a survival mode. No trash mobs. If enabled, the party will not encounter trash mob encounters on the overland map. My guess is that probably means, like, you don't encounter stuff that's extremely weaker than you. Again, maybe for the sake of brevity, I might enable both of these. So we'll see how that goes. Display, everything looks fine. VSync on, yes. No screen tears, please. Enable screen shake. Classic console. The console uses the classic C64 color theme. I have no idea what C64 even mean. Oh, Commodore 64. I'm dumb. So yeah, Commodore 64 kind of style is what we're working with here. Let's see, screen shaking. I'm disabling that. I'd rather just keep the weather effects. Fancy lighting, keep that. Classic console, everything's good. Audio, everything sounds okay, I think. Game's actually not too loud, all things considered. All right, controls. Character sheet C, console tab, feats F, feedback F2. Oh, so probably just to provide instant feedback. That's something. Hide, left control. Okay, hide left control. Highlight, left shift. Shift, not alt, really? How do we get into the inventory? Okay, inventory's E, there we go. Level up, L. Oh, so we can pick and choose when we want to level up. Interesting. Light torch, T. Move E2. Oh, move east. Okay, yeah, WASD movement, got it. Okay. So I'm guessing E2 probably means, like, a secondary movement style if you want. So if you prefer to use the arrow keys, that you can do that. So that's cool. Next character Q, quests J, quick load F9, quick save F5. Oh, that's gonna be hard to. That's gonna be a hard habit to break. What's F8 on here? F8's nothing. I'm changing that to F8 because. How do I change this? This binding can be changed. All right. Can I change? That's fine. I can. I don't know how to change it. Oh, reassign. There we go. Reassign to F8. There we go. Gotta blame Baldur's Gate 3 for making me know F5 and F8 as the quick save and quick load buttons. Yeah, that's pretty. It looks okay. And we'll probably get Probably get a nice tutorial about how to do all this in-game. Fonts. Description font, the font used for most descriptions. This is what a quote looks like. Okay, so we've got 4 fonts to pick from. I'm gonna pick this one's because that's nice and large and readable for everybody. Descriptive color. Oh, I don't like splitting that. I think color one's fine. Quote color. Okay, similar deal. We're gonna keep it to... We're gonna just keep it to white. Description shadow. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. Keep it to black. Draw outline. Draws an outline around the letters instead of a drop shadow. No, I think that's messy. I think that messes with the readability. Text background color. Color of a certain UI elements behind text. Adjust this to increase the contrast between text and background. I think the brown's okay, but I may change it later. All right, well, I think that's pretty much all we can do there. So, yeah, took a look at the settings just to see if we could adjust some stuff. Sorry, I forgot to take care of something there. All right, let's start a new game. Choose a visual style default. Recommend this can also be customized in the settings menu. I literally just did this. Welcome to the character creation. Start by picking a difficulty for your playthrough. Difficulty can be changed during play. That's nice. Let's see. Easy mode is a great way for players who are new to this style of role-playing game to experience SKALD. Combat is forgiving, and there should be a little need to optimize character builds. Dice rolls are weighted in the player's favor. Narrative. Narrative mode is the difficulty for players who would like to experience the game's story and setting with a minimum of focus on combat and grinding. Normal mode is for game's intended difficulty setting. There's only very limited artificial smoothing of certain dice rolls. And then hard. Hard mode is intended to offer the player a challenge without feeling unfair. Dice rolls are slightly weighed in the opponent's favor, making them more deadly. Okay, so I'm gonna go normal mode if it's the intended one, but I may adjust it to easy. Because I have no real idea what this game's gonna be like in terms of dice rolls. I've had bad enough luck in Baldur's Gate 3 that made me had to change the difficulty occasionally because it was genuinely horseshit, some of the rolls that I got. And I've seen others have worse, so I think I'm gonna go with normal. Select. Next, select a class for your character. Classes define a character's role in the party by adding certain exclusive abilities. Okay, Arms Master, Warrior. Arms Master, Archetype Warrior. The Arms Master is a warrior that does not have a specialized feat tree. Instead, the Arms Master has access to all the combat-centered feat trees, and they start with the extra development points to represent their martial experience. The main attribute for this class is Strength. Okay, so our fighter. Battle Magos. Magos? Mangos? My mango is to blow up and act like I don't know nobody. The Battle Magos is a Magos specializing in the destructive spells of the Fire Magic School. Unlike other Magi, they also get access to a few basic combat-related feats and may wear light armor. The main attribute for this class is Intellect. Okay. Champion. That sounds like a fighter thing, but it's a cleric, really. The champion is a cleric who excels in the use of blades and armor whilst still having limited divine spellcasting abilities. Oh, so the paladin. The main attribute for this class is Presence. Presence? We need to see what the stats are in this one. Guild Magos. Alright, the Guild Magos is a spellcaster who can develop all the different arcane spell schools fully. This comes at the cost of having absolutely no combat-related feats. The main attribute for this class is Intellect. Okay, so that's your normal wizard. Hierophant. That's a cleric. The Hierophant is a cleric who can develop all the different divine spell schools fully. This comes at the cost of having absolutely no... Okay, so... Holy Wizard. Hospitaller. The Hospitaller is a cleric who serves as a frontline healer. Well armed and armored, they can stand their ground against overwhelming foes whilst also getting access to the highest tiers of the body magic school. Interesting. So it's not like... Okay, so healing in that sense. Main attribute for this class is presence. Presence. So presence is the holy stat. Officer. The officer is a skilled warrior who serves as a force multiplayer through their tactical skills, issuing orders across the battlefield. They vastly improve the performance of their fellow party members. The main attribute for this class is strength. Interesting. HP per level 5. Okay, so... Interesting. So not all of them have an HP per level, so I guess they may have a default? So I guess this is where if you want to sort of hang back and be the tactician for the fights. Ranger, archetype warrior. The ranger is a warrior specializing in range combat and with access to limited nature magic. The main attribute for this class is presence. Starting DP 7, HP per level 5, magic per level +2, may use any armor. Do we have more descriptor? Oh, we have more. I may have to scroll down on more of those when I get back to them. And the thief, archetype rogue. The thief is a rogue who uses stealth to set up devastating backstab attacks. The main attribute for this class is agility. May wear light armor. Okay, well let's see what we've got here. Oh, there we go, I had to scroll down. May use any armor. May use all weapon type, blade, axe, club, and bow. Okay. Battle Magos. May wear light armor, may use light weapons type of blade, club, and bow. Okay, so we have light and heavy. Oh shit, I did not mean to... There's a lot of real estate at the bottom that's not taken up by anything. Part of me kind of wishes that maybe you could just, you know, see some kind of cool little descriptor about the classes in particular, like what their origins are, but I don't know, maybe that'll come up in gameplay. May not wear armor, may use light weapons of type blade, club, and bow. Okay, so they don't get combat feats, but they can use weapons. Probably the same deal here, right? May use light and medium weapons of the type club. Okay. Hospitaller can... Any armor, may use light and medium weapons of the type club. Officer, what do you use? Any armor, may use all weapon types of... Okay. Interesting. Ranger uses any armor, may use all weapons of type blade, axe, club, and bow. And then the thief wears light armor, uses light and medium weapons of the type blade, axe, club, and bow. Okay. Well, let me collect on what we've got here. So, we've got a few in terms of classes. I would probably... See, in most RPGs, I tend to be of a medium-ranged kind of character that can have some defensive capabilities. So I'm thinking Ranger, especially since the Ranger has magic. So I think I'm gonna go the Ranger. Any armor and any weapon type. Yeah. Like, the ability to get to do some damage at a distance but still have something when they're up close sounds good to me. So let's go Ranger. Alright, select a background for your character. Backgrounds add points and skills, influence starting conditions, and narrative content. Okay. Acolyte. You claim a connection with the divine that goes far deeper than most. Whether legitimate or not, you're always ready to dispense holy wisdom, be it imperial gospel or the profane rambles of the heretic. 5 Attunement. Courtier. Your time spent kissing noble arses has made you a master of navigating the cutthroat politics of the imperial late courts. I'm not picking courtier. Criminal. You are an esteemed member of the Empire's teeming underworld with a special knack for getting in and out of places you shouldn't be. Okay. Ex-legionary. A member of the old breed, forged and tempered by the hardships of soldiering. You now belong to the ever-growing fraternity of fellow men and women with scarred bodies and broken minds who roam the Empire in search for a quiet piece of land to call home. Oh, so like a veteran. Interesting. Okay. So I'm guessing, okay, so this gives us a higher carrying bonus to our carrying capacity. That's neat. Gilder. Like so many of the Empire's young and promising, you were recruited into guild service at a fairly early age. As the saying goes, work for the illustrious guilds tends to leave you with gold in your purse and blood on your hands. Crafting and diplomacy. Stealth and thievery, awareness, diplomacy, yeah, attunement. So noble, an individual of old blood, you learned long ago that wealth and connections tend to open doors that are otherwise closed to the filthy masses. Diplomacy and lore, no thank you. Sailor, you've heard the call of the mother of maelstroms, and salt water now runs through your veins. Whether on the dock of a gilder caravel or mannering the sails of the meager fishing sloop, you feel most at home when you're at sea. +1 athletics, +1 crafting. Okay, sellsword. With the once mighty legions of the Empire in decline, this is an age of sellswords and mercenaries. There is no shortage of those willing to pay professionals to wreak violence on others, and you are very good at your job. Athletics and vitality. Street rat. Spending your formative years fending for yourself on the hard streets of the Empire's sprawling cities has left you with a perpetual instinct for surviving. No crime is too petty, no meat too mysterious. Probably unironically like Spam, or that pink slop stuff from the documentaries. A thug. Punch first, ask questions later. You have perfected the noble art of solving problems with brute force. Club damage bonus. Okay. Vagabond. Having spent most of your teenage years on the road, you are a free spirit with no allegiance to any one person or place. Drifting from place to place, you go where there is work, food and a warm bed to be had. Okay, and then wildling. Actually, what was the stats? Crafting and survival. As the light of civilization fades, the vast wildernesses of the Empire encroaches on civilized folk. Thankfully, you don't count yourself among those. The sky is your temple, and the howling wolves your litany. Stealth and survival. I may go Gilder. Although the carrying capacity of the ex-legionary would be a really cool idea. Like, I like this idea in a backstory, and also, again, that 30 pounds carrying capacity bonus, that'd be kind of huge. Do I pick that? Between Gilder or ex-legionary? Gilder, ex-legionary. So it seems we're in like a post-war kind of situation, and it's an empire. I see. So many of the Empire's young and promising. Ex-legionary or Gilder? What do I pick? Because I'm just going to be making me in this game. I don't really have a particular character in mind that I want to build for this. Someday I may, you know, second playthroughs and all that, but I tend to just kind of, whenever I get a new open world game, I just tend to do whatever I do and play as myself, or play however I feel. So, yeah. I feel like Gilder. But that carrying capacity... Nah, Gilder. I mean, between a bunch of party members, we could probably get it done. Alright, attributes. Distribute points to your primary attributes and skills. These go a long way towards defining your characters mechanically. Okay, so primary stats. Agility, fortitude, intelligence, presence, and strength. Skills, athletics, awareness, crafting, diplomacy, healing, lore, stealth, survival, and thievery. Secondary stats, vitality, wounds. Wounds? And attunement. Yeah, it has to say wounds. Crit, combat stats, crit chance, initiative, melee damage, melee to hit, range to hit. Defenses, dodge, toughness, willpower. Okay. Agility, a measure of hand-eye coordination, nimbleness, and dexterity. Ranks 1, total 1. This attribute influences stealth, thievery, crit chances, initiative, range to hit, and dodge. If I'm a ranger, I'm gonna need range to hit. Fortitude, describes how tough and resilient a character is. Ranks 1, total 1. This attribute influences vitality, wounds, survival, and toughness. Intellect, mental acuity, recall, and analytical skills. And this attribute influences crafting and lore. Presence, character's ability to read and react to the surrounding environment and people. This attribute influences awareness, diplomacy, healing, and willpower. And then strength sounds self-explanatory. Measure of a character's brawn and physical power. This attribute influences athletics, melee damage, melee to hit. Okay. Let's go some agility. 1 fortitude so that I at least can survive. 1 strength since we need to be able to attack in close. Awareness, diplomacy, yeah, and presence. I don't know why presence is highlighted, probably because of my class, right? Oh, I can't go back and check? Okay. Well, let's take a look at the skills then. Athletics. Athletics are used to jump, climb, swim, or sprint. Counts encumbrance from armor. Okay. Awareness. The ability to notice small details and hidden things. Counts encumbrance from headwear. Huh. Encumbrance from... Interesting. Crafting. Crafting is used... Oh! The skills increased because of my primary stat changes. That's what it means. All right, crafting. Crafting is used when creating items in crafting stations. Okay. Diplomacy. Diplomacy is used to lie, bargain, or sway others in negotiations and influences price at merchants. Ooh, that might be good, actually. Healing is used in camp to increase the rate of wound recovery for wounded characters, and it also influences the amount of vitality regained from healing potions and is used in dialogue tests when dealing with medical issues and such. Okay. Survival is used to forage for food, navigate difficult overland terrain, and also determines a character's general knowledge of nature. Alright. Thievery, used to pick locks and pockets as well as to steal from shops. Counts encumbrance from gloves. Oh, like it encumbers from equipment, right. Let's go awareness, diplomacy, and stealth, since I'm a ranger. And a bit of athletics. I have to go high on the stealth. That's about as good as we can get. That doesn't look too bad so far. Can I check these? Vitality. Vitality describes the amount of damage a character can take before becoming seriously wounded. Vitality is fairly easily regained through the use of consumable items and spells. Okay. Wounds. Wounds represent serious injury to the character. Wounds are much harder to recover for characters. Typically requires bed rest. Okay, so wounds are like, you need to get into a rest, or otherwise this is not damage this is damage that won't go away. So that's good to know. Attunement describes a character's magical energy and determines how many spells that can be cast. Attunement refills fully when the character rests in a camp. Note that different classes use different root abilities for attunement. Okay. And since I'm a ranger, I get access to nature magic. Describes the percentage of hits that can upgrade to critical hits. Initiative determines who goes first. Melee damage is melee damage, determined by strength. Add to current weapon damage range for a total of damage range. Alright. Melee to hit, the character skill, yeah. And then range to hit. The character's skill at attacking with ranged weapons determines the hit chance. Dodge. What is dodge for? The ability to avoid incoming attacks and other reflex-based dangers. In other words, this determines how hard a character is to hit. Counts encumbrance from armor. Okay. The character's ability to withstand adverse physical effects such as disease and poison. Icy. Willpower probably for spells and stuff. Yeah. Okay, well this looks okay, I think. All right, feats. These are the feats derived from your class. Distribute your development points in them to gain benefits and new abilities. Kind of reminded of Pathfinder. Ranger Initiate. Mark target survival increase. Bow damage. What else have we got? Nature spellcasting. You the spell from the nature school. I only know conflict. I'm bred for war. Increased athletics, toughness, second wind. Melee accuracy, ranged accuracy, precise strike. Well, we're putting some ranks in that. How do I... There we go. And... Gotta do that. And then... Need to distribute all your development points before proceeding. Why does it say this instead of... Huh. Cannot place ranks. The minimum number of ranks has been placed for this feat. Okay. I see. So there's a minimum amount of ranks to put in a certain feat. So 6 ranks for this, 6 for this, 1, 6. Okay. Oh, that's lovely. You can right-click to take a rank away from a one that you put in. That's cool. Awesome. What's this one? Okay, so I need 3 ranks in here to get to the next that I see. Archery Initiate, Axe Initiate, Sword Initiate, Nature Magic Initiate. 3 ranks, Nature Magic Focus. Learn 2 new spells from the Nature Magic School. Tier 1, Bark Skin, Bear Strength, Cure Moderate Poison, Fortify Awareness, Minor Lay on Hands, and Serpent's Grace. I imagine I'll get to see the descriptions of these later. Well, I'm a ranger, so I'll want to go Archery Initiate. Good bow accuracy. And... we'll go Sword Initiate too. And then... there, and... actually... if we start out with those 5 spells, I think I'm actually okay to start. We can probably put more in as we level up, but I want to go more bow damage. Yeah, there we go. And then we get rapid shot later, and then we can just keep tiering up as we go. This works. I think this works. All right, appearance. Finalize your character by editing their appearance. Cool. All right. Portrait 1, 2. Which one's closest to me? I guess this one? Yeah, not a ton of character customization options here. Which I understand. Where's clean shaven? I think that's it. But yeah, understandable, you know, for the kind of game that this is. Can't expect a massive amount of customization options. Yeah, this one's as close to me as I could probably get. Facial hair, fine. Hairstyle. Shirt, 2. Skin tone. Only 2 skin tones. Main color. Okay, change the color of my stuff. Do I have like a... okay, that works. Secondary color for my pants. Let's go black. Tertiary color for the cape. Oh, that's... let's do that to help me pop from the background in case I get lost. Anything else? No. Type the name. Alright, this is about as good as I can get. Prologue. On the wine-dark? Yeah. On the wine-dark raging seas of the Outer Isles, a lone caravessel struggles against the winds and waves towards the accursed island of Idra. And you can click on these to get more info. I remember that from the demo. That's wonderful. Idra, concept. The main island of the Outer Isles. Its main settlement is the port of Horin. Horin concept. Once a prosperous port and fishing village on the island of Idra. And then Outer Isles. A northeasterly archipelago that serves as a midway point between the Gallian Empire and its colonies. Its main port is located on the Isle of Idra. The Gallian Empire, a large but waning empire founded nearly 3,000 years ago by the mythical first emperor Gallian the Great. Gallian. Oh boy! Gallian the Great was the first emperor and founder of the empire more than 3 millennia ago. Gallian's origin and much of his life is shrouded in mystery and apocrypha, but it is written he came from the south and brought the laws of man and magics to the savage warlords of the Heartlands. It is also said that he was born of 3 women and at the end of his reign did not die, but rather became one with the Recticulum. See Gallian's ascension. Recticulum? The field of arcane energies that surrounds the planet of Warda. The Reticulum, I think. I think it's Reticulum. The Reticulum is the source of all power for the Imperial Magi. Wardra? Wardra. Revolution. The planet upon which you find yourself, noticeable for the presence of Reticulum, the dominant ruling power of the Gallian Empire, and then Gallian, and then Gallian's ascension. At the end of the reign of the first Emperor Gallian, he is said to have ascended and become one with the Reticulum. This was taken as a sign of not only his divinity, but the divinity and the legitimacy of every Magos empire since then. Gallian's ascension, GA, is used today as the start of the modern imperial calendar. Oh! Wow, they really built this world up! The moan of creaking timbers, the tang of preserved fish, your eyes slowly adjust to the darkness of the ship's dimly lit hold. Suddenly, something strikes the hull and the ship rocks violently. Your heart begins to pound as the feeling of unease grows in your stomach. Get up, mouth dry and head pounding. Rouse yourself from deep meditation. Head pounding, knees weak, arms spaghetti. You get to your feet and become aware of agitated voices shouting up on deck. Something is not right. You should make your way up top and get a bearing of the situation. Be on your way. So what have we got? There are no weapons nearby. Cast a spell. Do I have spells? No spells. There's my stealth. Okay, there's our highlighting. Can't be far now. A desk with a maritime navigation map. The map is labeled the Outer Isles, and a course is drawn towards an island named Idra. Alright, what else have we got? Something just struck the ship. Mousing over and interacting with objects will make a yellow outline appear. Left mouse click to interact with the object, right mouse click to examine it. Holding down Shift will highlight all interactable objects in view. Some objects are hidden and won't be highlighted until they are spotted. Okay, I get a dagger and a light club. Inventory. Let's go with a club, because that probably does more damage. There we go. And gold, traveler's garb. Rough but functional woolen clothing. Well suited for a traveler and adventuring if you can learn to live with the itching. Ugh, I know that pain. Wool is not comfortable. There are no nearby weapons to... Did I not just equip? Drop, pick up, exit. Okay, so... I wish it didn't flicker. I don't know if it's intended that it flickers or not. SKALD launch, press tab to escape to clear console. To exit or escape to clear console. Okay, so that's our console. So we can So we can do console commands here. Interesting. I don't know how console commands work, so... See a door locked. Oh. I see. So that's how that works. Okay, so I also need to learn to not hit escape when wanting to go into a menu. That's going to be a bad habit to try and avoid. Pass a turn, view journal. Okay, the Zephyr. Investigate the Zephyr. Okay. To your surprise, you realize that this door has been locked from the outside. It doesn't budge. Perhaps you could slip the lock with a thin blade or use something to smash it. Okay, I don't want to destroy a ship's perfectly good lock. Let's equip the dagger. You slip the dagger through a gap in the door and lift the bar that was locking you in. The door begins to creak open. As the door swings open, you can now clearly make out cries from the deck above. You should make haste. There we go. Short sword, short bow, hunting, leather, steel, lesser, yes. I didn't mean to click that. Oh, I think it... Oh, wait. Is there a settings change that I can do? Hold on. F5. Game saved. Okay. I'm changing real quick. Is there a highlight thing that I can change? Because I don't like that. Weather effects, screen shaking. No. No. Tactical grid. Autosaves, no. Can I change the highlight? Text background, no, no, no. I wish I could change the highlight so that it didn't flicker like that. I don't know. Bizarre. Alright. You stop dead as you narrowly avoid stepping in a rust-red puddle. The stench of blood fills your nostrils, and as you look around in the dim light of the hold, you realize something. Or something fought for their life here. You realize someone or something fought for their life here. The same moment the thought hits you, a hiss from the shadows. You squint towards the shadows as a hunched, feral-looking form slowly slinks forward, not sinks. Tiny, disgustingly human-like hands, yellow fangs, and a grotesquely dexterous pink tail leave no doubt of the creature's rodent nature. Though as it emerges from the shadows, it becomes abundantly clear that what may have started life as a common ship rat has now grown into something that has no right to exist. A second hiss sounds behind you, and the abominations lunge at you. Alright, initiative. In combat, characters act in order of initiative. You can view the initiative order by using the initiative widget on the left side of the screen. Oh, that's cool. Let's see, mousing over the widget makes it pop out. Wonderful. Note that mousing over a name will make that character's outline flash on the battlefield. That's nice. The widget on the lower right side represents the character's action points. The yellow pips represent movement points. The violet pips represent attacks. You can move a number of tiles each combat equal to your movement points and attacks, but spending attacks to move means you won't be able to attack that turn. This is a good way of moving extra far. Okay. So yeah, it is kind of like full round dashes as well. Performing an attack will clear out all remaining movement points. In other words, attacking will end the character's turn in most cases. Pressing shift in combat brings up tactical overlay and makes it easier to see the exact positioning of characters and the underlying grid. In the settings menu, you can toggle the tactical overlay to always be on during the player's turn. Okay. Death or glory. Can I can't. I should have equipped them before. Uh-oh. Can I... Oh, I can disengage. Interesting. Piercing damage. Okay, so I was hit once. Piercing damage, injured arm. Infectious. Weakly infectious. I wish I could read that a bit more. Or that there was some kind of log off to the side. Loot the corpses of your enemies. Sure. What's in here? What is that? Potatoes. Okay, I'll take it. Oh, I like the lighting slowly creeping in like that. It's really nice. Conditions. You have contracted a disease from your fight with the rats. You may see what conditions are affecting you by opening the character sheet. Click your portraits or press C to do so. Not all conditions are negative. Negative conditions can be often cured by magic or rest. This disease can be cured by a potion. Pick up and equip the lantern to search the area. Some lanterns are hidden. Some containers are hidden unless you have spots. So then we go to E. There, and we'll consume that to heal. Ooh. Some salt. Okay, and that's to get back above deck. You emerge into the ship's lower deck. As your eyes adjust to the darkness, you become aware of a hulking figure standing in the shadows. Well, at last, growls a rough voice. Freeze and listen carefully. Feeling jumpy? The brute growls with a smile. Roland, why are you skulking in the shadows? The brute chuckles. Shadows suit a face like this just fine. No matter, there's trouble and you're needed on deck. Now. What's all this noise? What for? The island is in sight, but the damage guilders refuse to land. They want to turn back. Did they say why? Only superstitious bilge. They claim they saw something in the water. Either way, our boys are about to show them some very real steel. Wait, if we can't land, we lost our shot at the girl. I knew I'd regret charting a Gilder's ship. And no one gets paid. Listen here, I know our boys better than most. We've hired them to go to Idra and kill. If we don't pay them, things will go bad quickly. But the sailors are bloody terrified. They claim something is hunting us. Let's go for all the good it'll do. Wait, there are a few sailors up ahead, rattled as a pair of rabbits. Is there a way to pass them? There are 2 doors ahead. Take the left and we should be able to sneak past them without any trouble. Anything else I should know? Let's just get off this bloody boat. Leave. Motioning for you to take the lead, Roland falls behind you. Okay. From above, agitated shouts can be heard. New character 1. You've obtained a new character to your party. Press Q or the character portraits to swap party leader. Oh, cool. Okay, that's neat. The current leader's attributes are used for tests outside combat, such as awareness or stealth. Oh. Okay, so you don't have to make individual rolls. Your leader determines the general deal of the whole party. So if I make a stealth check, everybody else does. Interesting. Familiarize yourself with the attributes and abilities of your party members and have the right characters take the lead depending on the circumstances. When a new member joins your party, they level up to your current level. Because of this, we now see a level up icon on your new party member's portrait. This icon will show up whenever a character is ready to level up. Double-click the character portrait to begin level up. I see. Where do I do the level up for him? Okay, so this is his inventory, and this is mine. For me, I need to get that equipped. that equipped. And that should do it. Actually, he probably would be better with the steel helmet. Equip that. Ooh, he spotted something. Hold on. How do I... Current level of the character. So I have to double click to level him up, right? Oh, we can put ranks in. Oh, is this what it means? Tough as nails, increased toughness. Let's see. Archery, no. I think he's using sword, a two-hander, so... There we go. Okay, so I have to go to the feats and then level them up that way. I see now. A note scrawled in cruel letters. Cook, I cannot stand another meal of salted fish. Is there a lament? Is there a lament to how long a man can live on salt, potatoes, and perklin? Take heed. Take heed or get a dagger in the eye, you cheap bastard. What's in here? Thieves' tools? Ooh. Alright, I think... No, that's not everything. What's in this? It's nothing. Is this a crafting table? No. What's in here? Nothing. What's in here? Crafting. This is the crafting screen. To create new items, double-click ingredients in your inventory to place them in the workstation and press craft. If the recipe is valid, new items will be created. The recipe list in the left column represents known recipes. You learn recipes by experimenting or by finding recipe books out in the wild. Okay. Recipes that can currently be crafted are shown in green. Clicking a green recipe will automatically add all the necessary ingredients to the workstation. Crafting is dependent on the crafting skill. Crafting a valid recipe will always succeed, but depending on your skill and the recipe's difficulty, there's a chance you may produce more than one item. Okay. So he just made some salted fish. Cool. Stealth. Press the hide button to go into stealth mode. The action buttons also appear on the numerical buttons. While in stealth mode, the stealth indicator becomes visible. A yellow indicator means you're in danger of being spotted. While your indicator is yellow, it will count down to 0%. When it reaches 0%, you are spotted and will become visible. Okay. Moving in lit areas and being close to other characters will make the counter go down very fast. Stick to the shadows and avoid other characters. Your ability to stay hidden is dedicated is dictated by your stealth skill. Increase the stealth skill to try to stay hidden longer. Wearing armor makes it harder to stay hidden. If the indicator turns green, it means you are no longer in danger of being spotted. Spending time in the green areas will refill your stealth meter. Oh, that's great. Thank you. Nah, not worth it. What's this way? A shoddy wooden chest. Let's pick it. Failure, thievery. Okay, so it's based on a 2d6 system, not a d20 system. Try it again. Failure, thievery, 3, 2d6, 9 does not beat the difficulty of 10. There we go. Ooh, masterwork short sword. Let's loot all that. And then... because it's masterwork, yeah. And then you can take... well... wait, what's the weight situation? Okay, so we currently have a max of 250 pounds that we can carry. We're at 60s right now. Okay, good to know. Oh god. Oh no. I just realized I'm gonna have a sticky keys problem with this game. Okay, thankfully right click also works for this, so that's good. The sailors stare with wide eyes and terrified. One of them draws a weapon with shaking hands. Alright. Success. You bring glory upon thine ancestors. Diplomacy success. The men stop dead in their tracks, seemingly shocked back from their momentary lapse of sanity by your words. The pair blinks towards you in a moment of indecision and then stumbles into the main deck and the tumult that seems to be taking place there. Oh, wonderful. So I didn't have to worry. Fuck yeah. See a door. You cannot rest anywhere in this area. You must look for a suitable campsite elsewhere. Flimsy wooden door. Oh, this guy's dead. Loot the fine dagger. You recognize the corpse of one of the crewmates, a young man of barely 16 years called Sullum. The youth has been mauled to death by what you assume are the grotesquely altered rats you encountered just minutes ago. The corpse is still warm. Shit. What's in here? Ooh, a ton of potions. Fire immunity, strength. Ooh, that's good stuff. What's this? See a desk. Surgeon's journal, brandy, gold. Anything else? No, nothing of interest. There's stuff up here, though. I want to see, what does the journal say? Read. Written on the day of departure from the mainland. Left Alder's helm today with a full complement of passengers. Mercenaries by the looks of it. Paid well. Ship was dispatched by the guild before we could fully restock medical supplies. Hopefully we won't need them. Then again, our passengers make me uneasy. Written 5 days ago. Brawlin Mess had a set nose. Men seem on edge. Can't say I blame them. Have been sleeping poorly and dreams are unsound. Next. Written 4 days ago. Egan came to me today with a bite wound that he sustained while working in the hold. Didn't see creature, and I would say it was a rat's bite if it weren't for the size and some aspect of the dentition. Oh, for the teeth marks. I've never heard teeth marks referred to as dentition before. The dentition that I find hard to explain properly. Written 2 days ago. Was visited today by Navigator Aslam. He asked for Whitefern and a sedative. Claimed to be having trouble sleeping. Suspected he was not fully forthcoming, and when pushed, he mumbled something about the stars being odd. Not sure what he meant, and he left before I could push him further. Written today. Men are about to break. We cannot maintain our course for Idra. Captain advised me today to make ready the surgery and to expect casualties. I suspect he intends to inform our passengers that he refuses to land on the island. If this is my last, the entry trails off. Okay. Alright, well, let's see here. Alright, what have we got? You emerge onto the deck and see two groups of men facing each other with weapons drawn. The ship shakes violently in the grip of a storm as lightning tears across the sky. Amidst the din of the storm and their frantic arguments, you bellow for the attention of the assembled crew and mercenaries. Both the ship's captain and the leader of the mercenaries you hired, a coarse thug of a man named Estavo, that's the name. A coarse thug of a man named Estavo turned their attention to you. They look ready to use the unsheathed weapons in their hands at the slightest provocation. Let's address the ship's captain to see why he's freaking out. You direct your attention to the ship's captain. You know him to be a reasonable but suggestible man. At present, his usual placid eyes are wide with panic or anger. Why have we not dropped anchor? Something dire stalks these shores. We cannot approach without risking the ire of that horror. A jittery mutter of agreement rises from the sailors, causing Estavo's eyes to darken even further. What horror have you seen? Naught but glimpses. My men have seen the shadows of something deep in the water, stalking us. Nothing natural moves like that. Estavo glares murderously at the captain. You renege our deal based on a glimpse? I think that's how you pronounce that? There's desperation in the captain's voice. We are seasoned sailors. We do not balk at shadows. You need to be alive to rescue this girl you speak of. I mean, he's clearly scared and nervous. If we say no, Estavo's gonna be pissed. But I don't want these innocent sailors to die, so... You speak sense. Perhaps it is better to turn around? Estavo lets out a short, hoarse laugh. Danger! Danger I don't mind. Working for fools, that's how people get killed. Before you can reply, Estavo whistles and his men charge at you and the ship's crew. Fend off the mercenaries. Moving at least 2 tiles in a straight line before performing an action, the Haunted Sons faction has turned hostile. Oh, cool, so there's like a reputation thing. Line before performing an attack allows characters with a melee weapon to perform a charge attack. Charge attacks significantly increase your likelihood to hit. Oh, so yeah, so it is a bit like Pathfinder. Charge attacks add a bonus to your hit chance depending on how far you manage to move before attacking. The teal pipes over the characters indicates how much momentum is built by the character's charge. The more momentum, the bigger the charge bonus. A successful charge will give the following text, printing the bonus that was added to the character's to hit roll. Ah. A character can be flanked if opponents occupy the tile above and below it, or to the left and right of it. It is much easier to hit a flanked character. A rogue will automatically backstab flanked targets to deal massive amounts of damage. Okay. Here the main character has moved to the right of the mercenary. And then Roland moves to the left of the mercenary who is now flanked. Note the red double arrow icon that indicates when a character is flanked. Alright. My guess is that... Who's first? Roland? My guess regarding this is, or am I first? No, I'm first. I'm highlighted. Oh, we're placing ourselves. Whoops. there. Begin combat. Alright, so I start first. I have higher initiative. So... oh, I have to equip my arrows. I'm so used to how Baldur's Gate handles rangers that rangers and bow users that I have to keep track of my arrows now. Can we attack from here? 9 piercing damage. Lesser Frenzy. Huh. Who's up now? Is it Roland? Roland. And we can't see how much health they have left, right? Okay, but we can see bars, so... you see bars here. Can I attack into... no, I can't. Okay, so attacking no matter what really does end the combat. Interesting. Can Roland switch place, please? Okay, magic users are kind of crazy. All right, loot the corpses. Scimitar, fire arrow, leather armor, gold. Yeah. You rest your sword arm and survey the carnage. Then suddenly a loud crash as something collides violently with the hull. Surviving mercenaries and crew alike fight to keep their footing as the ship lurches. Suddenly, huge, monstrous tentacles burst from the water around the ship. For a split second before the terror sets in, you wonder what Estavo must be thinking as the monstrosity looms over him. After reaching their full height, the tentacles curve inward and smash into the ship. Some pierce straight through the deck, others snap the mast like they were matchsticks. You stand frozen in place. Through a haze of splintered wood and panicked screams, you notice Roland. He throws himself out of the way of a tentacle but begins to fall overboard as the ship lurches once more. Go to Roland's aid. You dash towards the ship's fractured rail, dodging holes in the deck and wounded men beseeching you for help. Roland hangs by one arm from the side of the ship. Try to grab him. You lunge for Roland's arm, but he loses his grip, and your fingers close only around thin air. You missed him by an inch. He falls wordlessly downwards. Continue. You watch as he is swallowed by the raging sea. The ship is listing fatally, and you see the great tentacles high above you, poised for the coup de grace. Abandoned ship. As you jump, you hear the terrible rending of wood giving into flesh. The impact of the water winds you. The waves pummel you down. The currents beseech you to go deeper. Ever deeper. Peaceful blackness. Sink. I love the graphical style of this. Like, they really do some cool looking stuff here. 2 weeks earlier. Oh. A guardsman dressed in the livery of the noble House Baron. House Baron. The House of Baron is one of the richest and most influential houses in the north. The current head is the Lord Cato Baron. Okay. The guard scowls somewhat at you. Armsmaster Lyra awaits you at the main entrance. You best talk to her if you've not already done so. An aging armored man in the livery of House Baron. Baron? I think it's Baron. In the livery of House Baron stands and scowls at you. Eyes like coal peer out from a craggy face fringed top and bottom with wild white hair. Return his challenging stare, walk on by.
Tell me, boy, would you betray your father if he knew you consider yourself the better of his old friends?
Though his voice is full of gravel, there's now a glint in his eyes, as though the old coals have begun to warm up. Keaton? Keaton. Keaton, is that you? A single bark of laughter emanates from the dense beard as he embraces you in a crushing bear hug. Keaton may be older and grayer from the force of his hug, but from the force of his hug, you don't reckon you'd have any more chance of beating him now than you did as a 12-year-old. Good to see some things haven't changed. Keaton steps back and allows you to breathe again before grabbing you by the shoulders.
We heard your father's passing. Truly, he sits with the golden dead now. Tell me, how did he die?
Inglorious battle at my side, drunken reeking of his own piss. Let's not dwell on old wounds. Do you know why I'm here?
Master Kato will chew your ear plenty when you see him, Will. Lyra, the new Master-at-Arms, awaits you at the main entrance. She'll escort you, and don't ask her not to. If you think I had a temper.
The joke fails to hide the note of anxiety in the grizzled house guard's voice. What are you hiding from me, old boar?
Ooh, I just made it. Never could pull the wool over your eyes. Truth is, many a day's been dark of late for House Baron. Perhaps it all started when you and your father left.
A guilty grimace flashes across his face. Or maybe it started even earlier. Keaton pauses to blow out a long breath.
I won't betray my master's confidence by saying more. Best you see him yourself.
Very well, I'll go to the Master-at-Arms.
If you want to explore, for old time's sake, take this lantern.
Lord Baron will wait, and we don't want you getting lost in the hedge maze again. The man laughs heartily and hands you a small brass lantern.
Whatever may come to pass, it did this old warrior a barrel of good to see you again, boy.
The old man slaps you on the shoulder in parting, almost knocking you off balance. He then seems to remember something as he leans in conspiratorially.
My damn knee's acting up again. Can hardly sleep on account of the aches. Let me tell you, I'd take an arrow in the leg any day. If you're going to the kitchen later for a bit of grub, a bottle of brandy from the wine cellar would make me a happy man.
Keaton shifts as if to emphasize his stiff knees.
But first, don't keep Lyra waiting any longer. Talk to her first and I'll be here for later.
So, get some brandy. I hear Master Kato isn't doing so hot. Alright, let's get a real lay of the land here. So we've got a flashback probably to us getting this job. Is that a doggy? You pet the dog. You can pet the dog and SKALD against the Black Priory. Guardsmen dressed in the livery of the house. Guards of the Armsmaster Lyra wants you at the main entrance. You best talk to her if you've not already done so. Okay, can't go in there. This must be her. A woman standing before the main gate entrance to the villa. Her posture speaks of a graceful, coiled power, that of a dueling ace. No doubt she's the new Master-at-Arms for House Baron. As you approach, she offers a quick, neat bow, just low enough to be respectful. Greetings, Will. Master Kato welcomes you back to House Baron. Baron? I'm just gonna say Baron. The Master is eager to meet you meet with you and is ready at your leisure. However, if you wish to refresh yourself first, he suggests you visit the kitchen for some food and then perhaps walk the grounds and gardens. Very well, why have I been summoned? That is for the master himself to answer, and he will soon enough. For now, though, please, get some food and look around. I'm sure old Keaton would be happy to see you if you've not talked to him already. Very well. Excellent, though I'm sure you still know your way around the grounds. The kitchen is in the building to the east, and the garden and hedge maze is to the west. Come back and check with me once you've stretched your legs. Alright, well, let's get that brandy for Keaton. Kaiden? I think it might be Kaiden. You enter the kitchen and a pair of scullions offers a hurried bow. It is all so much quieter, emptier, and gloomier than you remember. Of course, old Magda is no longer where she used to be, sitting by the oven, kind, red-faced, and tending a shank of lamb. Reminisce. You remember the matronly woman as she sat, humming to herself, pouring fat over the roasted meat. Child, come here, will you? Magda always was a beacon of kindness in a childhood where such qualities were few and far between. Go to Magda. Magda clasps you gently with her tubby hands. Have you eaten yet? Before you can answer, she produces a small bundle of treats from her apron and hands it to you. As son to the master-at-arms for the great house baron, you did not go wanting, materially at least. Thank you. Magda looks at you with kind eyes as you picked at the bundle. He's here again, down in the cellar. He's not so good, my child. Sleeping now, but it would be best if you got him to bed before his men see him like this again. The knot in your stomach is as real now as it was when you were 12. I'll go get him. Don't worry. He won't make a fuss. He just needs time. Will, deep wounds take a long while to heal. The old woman turns back to her meat and resumed her meandering humming. Meandering humming. Continue. The sound of a man clearing his throat snaps you out of your reminiscing. May I help you, my lord? The man in a chef's outfit offers a hoarse voice. Leave. The chef offers a short bow and a tired but sincere smile. I'm Chef Armand, and my humble kitchen is at your disposal, my lord. Sadly, I was only told of your arrival only minutes ago, and my oven must be fired up again. You must be famished. Indeed I am. My suggestion is thusly. Whilst I stoke the fire, you run down in the pantry and fetch some cured ham and cheddar cheese. I will then teach you how to cook my renowned melted cheese sandwich, and you shall never want for an evening meal for as long as you live. Very well. Splendid. The pantry is west of the wine cellar, and the cheese is kept in the northmost room. Return when you have the cured ham and cheddar, and I shall provide bread and instructions. Now venture forth into the underworld. Where is the cellar? Use the hatch in the floor over there. Armand points towards a wooden hatch by the wall. It's quite dark down there, but there should be a lantern in a chest near the stairs. Good luck. Asked me to fetch him some brandy. Ha! The old wretch is too cowardly to come himself, so he sends you instead? The brandy will be the end of him, as I say. Then again, who am I to deny the old fool his few pleasures? You'll find a crate of fine Goremian brandy in the northeast corner of the wine cellar. I think that's it. Well, I already have a lantern. And since this is Since this is merely since this is simply a flashback, we do not have any weapons on us. Empty bottles litter the floor of this room. You chuckle to yourself as you imagine the kitchen staff in their wine tasting sessions. No doubt much revelry has taken place here. Then a cool gust of air from the passage to the north. The wine cellar lies that way, and you can almost hear faint sobbing. Ghosts, no doubt. It was a big cellar. Oh, I just targeted myself. You're gripped by a long-hidden memory upon entering this part of the cellar. You sealed it away, but in doing so, preserved its strength, and now it demands freedom. You can still recall smelling him before you could make out his writhing shape in the dim light of the cellar.
Mistress Valeria, open the door.
Your father doesn't even notice you in the throes of his intoxicated ramblings.
How could they take her? Her chambers were locked from the inside. Where is she?
Try to shake some sense into him. Your father jolts upright, the bloodshot whites of his eyes glaring out of the darkness.
We found her, wandering the forest outside the estate. Mistress Valeria.
Help him stand. Haltingly and leaning heavily on you, your father manages to stand.
She was never the same. Whatever happened broke her. It was the girl, you know. The seed was planted in Valeria that night. But how could you know? You were but a babe yourself.
You help lead the now sobbing man out of the cellar. Stop it, father.
Lord Cato trusted me, and I failed him. But Valeria was the one to pay the price. Mind broken, that spawn of a child.
Your father's voice seethes with fury. Enough!
Don't talk back to me, you bastard! What do you know about honor as much as your harlot mother?
Your father steps away from you, unsteadily, tears streaming down his contorted face. Turn and run. You draw a ragged breath and snap out of the memory, your knuckles white. You're alone with the damp cellar and don't particularly feel like dwelling there. So, I guess our father was the former master of arms in this house, and he was charged with a mission of some kind that he failed in. And the failure then caused him to essentially go into just to become a complete drunken, inept person. Like he failed his mission and became an alcoholic. Cheddar cheese. Yeah, I believe this whole backstory section was in the demo. The demo was pretty extensive when I played it. All right, let's do a ham and cheese sandwich. Chef Armand wanders back and forth, tending to the fire and keeping his kitchen tidy. He has the gait of a man who has been on his feet for far too many hours. I have a ham and cheese. Perfect. First of all, here's some bread. Now the cauldron is quite empty and just warm enough for you to use. Remember, you need both the bread, ham, and cheese to make the perfect sandwich. Now, go give it a try and bring me the results. I shall see if you have it in you now. Cheese sandwich. Alright, don't have enough bread. Cheese sandwich. Chef Armand wanders back and present the sandwich. Armand wafts the scent of the grilled sandwich towards his nose. Ah, the crust of the bread, the softness of the cheese, the savoriness of the ham. Perfection. You shall indeed never again go hungry in the night. Alright, let's get the brandy to Kaiden. I have your medicine. Ah, that's some fine foraging, young whelp. Before you can get a word in, Kaiden snatches the bottle, uncorks it, and drinks deeply. The old man, eyes closed in relief, lets out a deep sigh. May your sleep be dreamless. He speaks as if to himself. May your sleep be dreamless? Kaiden smiles sadly. An old soldier's greeting. Something one mercenary would say to another as a prayer to not dwell on painful memories. The kind that comes with work. Your father and I... Kaiden halts momentarily and looks at you. Your father and I would always part with those words. Now I've held you long enough. Be on your way. Alright, I want to take a look at what else is around here. Again, I love that you can actually pet the dog. That's cute. Alright, is there anything around here in this hedge maze, or is it just this stuff? Ah, here we go. You stand before the gate to the hedge maze. It stirs old feelings of both dread and elation. The sound and smells of the estate ground as they were long ago, called to you from distant memory. You feel you could easily plunge into their depths. Let yourself go and remember. Which daydream is it this time? Are you violently valiantly defending me from rebels again? Oh wait, which daydream is it this time? Are you valiantly defending me from rebels again? Embla throws a pine cone at you, snapping you from your reverie. She's 10 years old and you're a year her senior. Let's play hide and seek in the maze. I'll hide. You faintly hear someone yell her name from the distance. You better run, Star Child. Only my mother ever calls me that, Embla says, frowning. Where did you hear it from? Before you can reply, she flings another pine cone at you and darts off into the maze. Give chase. You hear a man's voice yell Embla's name again, much closer now. Either way, she's lost to you in the winding passages of the hedge maze. Your memory tugs at you, urging you to the center of the maze. Hello, Ice. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. We're going through a flashback of our character. So it seems like though we can pick a background, we don't really have a set we have a set backstory no matter what. And we were the former man-at-arms, or we were the son of the former man-at-arms of this noble house. You stand at the center of the maze. It feels much less impressive than you remember. The ornamental pond was once an ocean, the rock at its heart, a windswept island. You found me, Daydreamer. You remember the tone of her voice and can almost see the impish 10-year-old girl wading through the pond. Why do you always come here? I like the water. It's so calm. Embla shoots you a mischievous look. You notice the faintest tang of ozone. Or ozon? Faintest tang of ozon. She makes a slow motion hop through the water, her fingers trailing the pond's surface, where water and skin meet. Strange colors bleed and spread across the surface. Embla, you'll get in trouble. Stop it. Embla moves her fingers across the water's surface like a painter's brush. Ozone. Okay, I thought it was ozone. Colors spill across the pond, and for a sleeping moment, you fancy that you can see cloud-topped mountains. Or was it the ramparts of an impossibly large city, reaching towards the heavens? The silence is shattered by a shout along with the building images. Mistress Embla, the master requests you in the house immediately. Ask my father, something's wrong. It's Mother. She's ill again. I think I cause it with what I can do. It poisons her mind. How long until Mother isn't Mother? Or until Father isn't Lord? Or your father isn't Master at Arms? How long will any of this last? I don't know, no one does. Do you ever feel like everything is a lie? Like there's a veil that covers everything, but in some parts it's thin enough to see through? Embla starts at your father's steps, breathily into the enclosed garden. Yeah, breathily. His red face from exertion and anger. Young lady, you cannot run off like this. The whole estate is looking for you. Your mother is ill and needs you. Now. Your father shoots you a stern glance. I'll deal with you later. Embla says nothing as your father grabs her by the arm and hauls her past you, back to the house. She doesn't meet your eyes as you pass. Finding yourself back in the present, a chill has crept into your bones. You best move on. We were called over by the Lord of the Estate here for some kind of mission, and that's what the cold open of the game is like. Because we wake up on a ship, and the ship is being accosted by dangerous rats and a sea monster, and suddenly we're remembering what our mission start was, and this is it. This really feels like you're controlling miniatures in a tabletop game. There you are. If your nostalgia is appeased, the master will see you now. Let's go see Kato. Very well. If it pleases you, the master is in his office just ahead. And note, once you meet with the master, things may move quickly and you may not have another chance to walk the grounds. Yes, I remember the way. Fun fact, fully connected mazes are effectively one single wall. It's possible to get to the center and back out again by keeping one hand attached to the wall the whole time and just falling and is following all the winding paths. As long as you keep your hand on the wall, you can get out. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever trust myself in an actual maze, though. Like a corn maze, I don't see myself going through that. I get enough corn most of the time since I'm in the Midwest. Alright, I remember the way. I suppose you do, but I'll escort you nonetheless. A flicker of a smile plays across her face, and she beckons you for you to lead the way. The opulence is faded, the shadows longer. Clearly much has changed since the last time you were here. Try to remember how long it's been. It's been years, perhaps decades since you were here. Not since your father was the House of Arms. Not since... You must have your wits about you, and perhaps now is not the time to dwell on painful memories. Actually, before I continue with that, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, so if you all will pardon me, I'll be right back. And I'm back. Alright, thank you for your patience. Let's get this done. This kind of sounds like Sarabande, that old... I forget the exact composer, but it sounds like a very old kind of composed song, especially those first few parts of it. It's... okay. Not since your father's exile. You were no more than 12 when you were driven from the household. Hard were the years that followed. The mercenary life is bloody and unforgiving. Those years stole your childhood, and eventually they took your father too. But your father had always insisted to his dying breath that his failure had been his own, that he had gotten the fate he deserved. The memories are painful nonetheless. So yeah, he failed in a mission and started drinking heavily, and after he drank heavily enough and, you know, as his trauma of the event didn't heal, he was exiled, I guess, because he kept being a nuisance to the house. And in core mazes, you can skip through the boundaries if you had to. Hedge mazes, if figured, yeah, willing to climb, yeah. Flanking the doorway are 2 marble statues. The craftsmanship is stunning, but the sight of the 2 women depicted fills you with sadness. Examine them. One you recognize immediately, Valeria Bairn, the mistress of the house. You remember her as a gray ghost, absent and unwell. The other statue depicts the girl you once knew so well, Embla Bairn, daughter of the house and now a woman grown strong and clear-eyed. Her likeness has none of her mother's cowed timidness. How is Mistress Valeria these days? The mistress is vacationing in the countryside, Lyra answers curtly. And what of Embla? Lyra's eyes flicker ever so slightly. We should hasten to the Master Baron. He's long been impatient to see you. Ah. Got ourselves a fountain. Alright. Cato Bairn sits tall and tasteful, but modest reception room. In the tasteful but modest reception room. He looks less imposing than you remember, and with few more crow's feet. Nonetheless, he's lost none of his composure or air of casual authority. You take a seat across a formidable desk from him. This study, like the rest of the villa, is half-lit, giving a morose cast of its opulence. The older man's face creases into a tired but genuine smile, which momentarily lifts some of the room's oppressive mood.
It's a mercy to see you again. Your own man and in your prime,
Cato says before a frown consumes his smile.
It's just a shame our reunion is overshadowed by the fates of those we love. But perhaps together, we can yet improve our collective circumstances.
Why have you summoned me?
Embla is missing.
Cato's voice quivers momentarily, betraying his stoic features.
Now I beg of you, Will, help me find my daughter. Help her return home, where she belongs.
What's happened to her?
She left without notice, a week ago. From the scant clues we had, we believe she boarded a ship bound for one of the Outer Isles, Idra. She went out of her own free will. At the time, I thought little of it.
Cato begins to glower.
Since then, however, there have been reports. Grave ones.
Reports?
No one and no word has left Idra in days. Rumor has it even the Imperial augurs are in the dark. I know not how this touches the fate of my daughter, but she must be returned to me, one way or another.
Any idea why she left?
Something has been building in her for years. An aptitude of sorts. But I suspect you already knew. In any case, it's grown much stronger lately and drives her in ways I cannot understand. I suspect she's looking for answers.
An aptitude?
An aptitude of the worst kind. It does not spring from the canonical imperial praxis. Instead, it comes from elsewhere. It is the kind the Empire does not suffer to exist. I hope it's only answers that she seeks.
But why Idra?
Why indeed? There was little on the island save the port of Horin. If Idra was her destination, she must have landed there.
Horin?
Yes, an old imperial port and home to a few hundred whalers, traders, and the occasional smuggler. We can only speculate as to what drew her there, but it's our only lead.
Kids these days with their eldritch magic and their wanderlust. Yeah, kids these days with eldritch magic and Five Nights at Freddy's. The Eldritch Five Nights at Freddy's magic.
You mentioned her aptitude? An aptitude, the worst kind. Okay, no, nothing else new. See what I can do? Hire mercenaries, travel to Idra, and begin your search in the port of Horin. From there, I trust you to do what needs to be done. Spare no cost. Just bring back my daughter.
Mercenaries?
Yes, if nothing else, the port will be dangerous enough. That is why I have summoned a Roland Greyeye to meet. A crude but effective sellsword. That I've made good use of before. He shall accompany you on this task.
Roland Greyeye?
The man is a grizzled veteran. He may have slowed with age, but his experience and reliability more than make up for it. He's also much respected by similar men, and so will be instrumental in hiring a reliable crew.
I'll take it into consideration. Cato shows you his upturned palms beseeching.
I know this thing I ask of you is fraught with danger, but this is your chance at improving your fortune, materially and in honor. What say you?
Okay, for Embla's sake, because it seems... Well, Embla seems like she's just had this odd attunement all her life, and it might have caused something for her mom. For my family's name, for the gold...
What makes you think I care?
Nah, Embla. Kato smiles softly, visibly relieved, and for a moment he looks like the man you remember.
Have you any final questions for the matter to discuss? Time is, as I am sure you appreciate, of the essence.
Let's just get with it. You join one mystical commune and suddenly your kingly father can't leave you alone in a foreign country for longer than a month. Yeah, so like you hear about Greek mythology once and suddenly everybody thinks you're just the biggest knowledge head about Zeus.
Kato stands with poorly concealed effort. And Will, you stand and meet his gaze. Return her to me. There is no other outcome for this affair.
Shake his hand and leave. Chapter 1. So we are shipwrecked, fucked up, and arriving on an island. Slowly you drag yourself from the cold water onto the relative safety of solid rock. You try and fail to stagger forwards as exhaustion washes over you in a great black wave. Oblivion takes you before you hit the rocky ground. Continue. You are awoken by the cacophonous cries of gulls circling you. Your body is a mass of pain and exhaustion, covered in 1,000 cuts and scrapes. The large white birds gather around you in eager anticipation. What a magnificent feast your bloated corpse would make.
Not today.
Minutes or perhaps hours pass as you lay unmoving, trying desperately to will some warmth back into your body. Finally, you manage to force your eyes open. By some miracle, you are not only alive, but you find yourself on the shores of the cursed island of Idra. The gulls, yeah, like you just hear that. That could probably be done as a mod. Strewn around you is the wreckage of the Zephyr. You see no other survivors. Lest you find equipment and companions soon, you may have cheated death in vain. Your character is critically injured. This means you have taken enough damage to reduce both your vitality and wounds. The green bar under your character's portrait represents your vitality score. The vitality is a buffer to your wounds, and as long as you have vitality left, you won't take serious wound damage. Vitality is easily lost and easily regained. Okay. The second purple bar represents your wounds. Losing wounds is much more serious than losing vitality. Reaching 0 wounds means your character falls unconscious. Wounds can also be recovered by resting or leveling up. No other survivors will skill as she passes out. Passes out, hears gulls, wakes up on shore. It's like that meme I once saw of somebody that did an edit of somebody to look like Phoenix Wright, and then the text just said, morning routine, wake up, take a shit, get out of bed, shower, and it's like supposed to be done in order. Try to avoid taking damage at all costs, or wound damage. So wound is the important bar, actually. So if you have a low wound or you lower on the wound, you go unconscious. Whenever you take wound damage, you gain an injury condition as indicated by the icon on the portrait. Injuries confer serious penalties to your character and can only be removed by resting. A party full of injured party members has its combat effectiveness severely reduced. Making camp and resting is the surest way to restore an injured character. Note that resting is not possible in every location, so plan accordingly. Okay. What have we got? A fork and gold. And then attunement tonic. Okay. Will reach level 2. For the first time in your life, you are overcome with a sense of purpose. The path ahead will undoubtedly be difficult, but you are certain that it is one you are supposed to take. So now I have 3 ranks again. Could go for more bow damage. And then Bred for war. Bred for war. Let's go with nature magic. View journal, pass a turn, hide. Okay. You see climbing holds. Oh. What's this? Stained glass bottle and gold. So yeah, we were on top of things for the most part, but now we are shipwrecked, injured, and still lost. Wading out to the freezing surf, you lose footing on the slick stones and fall heavily to the ground. There's a sudden blur of movement in the corner of your eye, and as you frantically try to get to your feet, you slip again. Standing above you on a large rock is a young woman dressed in nautical guild livery. Wet auburn hair clings to her face in the cold wind. If only my metric ton of duct tape had survived the shipwreck, I would have been set for life in this deserted island. Yeah, like, yeah, just make duct tape armor. It'd work. Kind of. It'd work once. Magi's balls, I was sure I was the only one to make it ashore. The woman leaps from the rocks and helps you back onto your feet. She wasn't in the demo. She wasn't in the demo. I remember. We were pretty much solo venturing most of the time. Let's see. Looking you up and down, she fetches a wineskin from her belt and offers it to you. The skin is nearly empty, save for a last mouthful of brandy. You drink it down greedily, and slowly you feel a modicum of warmth creep into your bones. You recognize the young woman's face. Now she must have served on... You recognize the young woman's face now. She must have served on the Zephyr. What is your name? Catania. Kadiana. Not Catania. What's your name? Main game exclusive. Yep. Kadiana's my name. The crew calls me Kat. Or rather, they did, I suppose. She looks up and down the beach with a furrowed brow. Listen, you have to get up. We need to get off this beach before you freeze, or worse. Worse? There's something wrong about this place. Can't you feel it? Like a taste in your mouth. And there are beasts, huge sea creatures I ain't never seen before. I saw them dragging the dead crewmen into a cave west of here. At least I hope they were dead. Kat shudders. What do you suggest? We need supplies and shelter first. There might be salvage to be had among the wreckage on the beach. I also think I spotted the chimney of a house just north of the cliffs. A warm fire and some food would go a long way. Kat offers you a hand and drags you to your feet. She looks pensively towards the west. Continue. Also, I said there's a cave west of here. I think crabs dragged most of the corpses there, but what if they're not all dead? Might be other survivors like you and me. What's more, there's a chance one of the officers was carrying the seal when the boat sank. If we can't find it, the Nautical Guild would give anything to have it returned to them. If we can find it, yeah. Seal? Captain Seal. It's a medallion of sorts that is carried on every guild vessel. It's not just for show either. They say the seals are forged by the Magi, and they claim that they have secret powers, but I know nothing about that. All I know is the guild pays well to have one returned if a ship is ever lost. It's always worn by one of the officers, but I don't think the captain had it on him when the fight broke out. Might have been the first mate was carrying it, and I think he was still alive when the ship sank. Those seagulls are a real menace. They can be. Grabbing your chips while you're just trying to fish at the beach. So I would say that cave to the west is where we should start looking. You ready to go? Let's go. Good. I found this bow in a cargo crate. We best find you a weapon too as soon as possible. I suspect we'll need it before long. Together you begin to move off the beach towards whatever darkness dwells in the island's interior. If you've not already done so, this might be a good time to level up. The white cross on the character portrait indicates... For the first time in your life, you are overcome with the sense of... Okay, what do you do? Okay, you're a rogue. I see. So, Tradecraft, Light Weapons Initiate, and Thievery Initiate. Increase Thievery. Sorry, I was answering the text from my mom. Light Weapons Initiate. Yeah, get her that Finesse. Piercing damage. Yes, please. Tradescrafts. Backstabber. Yeah. Yeah. Increase Stealth. Yes. I wonder if you get a different NPC if you chose the mercenaries. She's only a rogue because she'd rather suddenly be kicked off the swashbuckler path. Yeah. I do now wonder though if whether or not you could if you chose the mercenaries, you got a different first companion. All right. That's about as good as we can get. What's this? Crude longsword, crude mace. All right, so got a longsword now. Let's equip that. What is this? A poor arrow, a fork. I'm gonna keep this bottle in case it's potentially good for stuff. For selling, maybe. A lanky man with skin like sun-dried leather stares slack-jawed at you. He's dressed in rags and with a wide-brimmed hat and a large bundle of scraps slung over his shoulder. Do Basilo's eyes deceive him? More ghosts? Or did the sea spit you back out alive? Not many are that lucky. Your eyes fall on the crude spiked club that hangs in his belt. Who are you? Basilo makes his living picking at what the mother of maelstroms does not swallow, and it's been rich pickings as of late. Crates and barrels and even the odd fleshy morsel. The man bears a row of blackened teeth and what you assume is a smile. Rich pickings? Listen here. Basilo has a proposal for you. The man smiles greedily in anticipation. Shores bursting with bounty today. Man can make a fortune if he sets his mind to it. Continue. Better yet, no need for Basilo to risk his hide. You seem fit enough, and I've got coin. I'll buy whatever you bring me. Might even have a piece or two to sell if you're interested. Just beware them clippers. Clippers? Aye, crabs and critters and such, growing large and strange this time of year. Get your leg in their clippers and they'll lop it right off. So you best be careful. But not to worry, Basilo's always given them the laugh. Even when he was wee. Must have been just as big back then. Though it doesn't really feel that way. He was being vengeful on you, but then he got scurvy. Yep. Gotta get your fruits and veggies when you can. The old man's brows furrow for a moment. He's lost in deep thought. In any case, Basilo will be warming his bones up at the old abandoned farmhouse right behind us. Find me there. Wait, I had some questions. Not here out in the cold. Find Basilo up by the farmhouse. Might even have some soup cooking for you. Alright, the man slinks off into the fog, heading north. As his form dissolves into the nothingness of the mist, you can hear him muttering to himself excitedly. A blood-curdling howl cuts through the fog. Whatever its source, it's not far away, and it sounds dangerous. I want to see what else is around here. Oh, hello. That's a character. Direhound. Okay. Begin combat. He's got soup. I'm more of a sandwich guy, honestly. Select maneuver to perform. Ow. Ooh, critical hit. How many arrows does she have? Does she even have any equipped? Okay, poor arrow is essentially... I see. So poor arrow is the arrow you have when you don't have arrows. Okay, so it doesn't leave you wanting for ammo. There we go. There we go. Hound ear. A body lies broken upon the ground. Though it has been gnawed by hounds, it seems clear that this person fell or jumped from the cliffs above. Okay, so that was not... I thought I could get something off of that. I thought the person was either alive or what, something. Onions. I like a good onion. Oh, there's someone over there. Oh, geez. We need to go check that. Inventory. Do I have anything that can heal me up? Potion, cure disease, potion of strength. Magical attunement. Do I have any spells? No, it does not look like I do. Not until later, probably. Unless I can... Yeah. Well, so far I like this. I like the atmosphere, and I really like the writing. The writing's pretty good. Really does paint a picture with the limited scope of the game's art style. Ooh, a dagger. What was this? That looks like a... that looks like whale bones. And rations. Oh, good. Could probably eat that. Trail rations, dried meats, fruits, and gains. It should be filling as it is boring. Checkered tunic. There we go. Okay, so a bit of a damage decrease. Higher crit, though. I'll keep with my longsword for now. Athletics. Success. Get some egg. What in the name of God? The stench of rotting flesh fills your nostrils ahead of you. Grotesquely misshapen crustacean horrors feast greedily on the corpses of the dead crew of the Zephyr. Blasted horrors! Cat spits through gritted teeth. What manner of force has spawned these creatures? Look at this crab! Or lobster. I don't think we could loop around that, could we? Pick up some egg. I'm guessing we could kill these if we want, but... Can I just eat the eggs normal? No. Wouldn't be good to eat raw egg. Sorrow Eater. So we need to go to an actual crafting station in order to get this fixed up. Rot crawler insect. Whilst most citizens of the Empire would be disgusted by its presence, this larva-like insect can be used to those who know what to do with it. So, yeah, a lot of potential potion making is the general name of the game here. I feel like if you made the check... Uh-oh. They spotted me. I feel like if you made the check before you had to do this stuff I don't think you should need to roll again. Let's move myself over here. Move cat here. Pass turn. I kind of wish... Hold on. Repeat last action. Kind of wish I could just skip my turn if I don't have any other items things I could do. Okay, there's where that one is. Can I spot it from? Yes, I got it. Okay, pass turn and defend. There we go. That's what we can do. Okay, they're not as scary as I thought, so long as we are good and prepared. There we go. Okay, so it was just the two. Chitin. All right. Spotted something, and it is a wooden doll, rusty stick pin, and gold. Is there anything in here? Eons worth of sea ravage upon the land has given birth to this cave. From its depths, a stench of seaweed and rotting flesh rises. So foul is it that it feels like some evil entity attempting to force its way through the pores of your skin into the core of your being. Toughness, try not to vomit. Hooray! I just made that. Stealing your resolve, you manage to calm your breathing. Though the stench persists, you manage to push the image of foul things in the darkness, feasting on spilling entrails or swollen sea corpses from your mind. You carry on into the darkness. Anything else? No. Okay, so that was mostly a check just to see if I could get those mushrooms. All right, well, we did that. That was the Western Caves, so we're good. So yeah, the Lovecraft elements apparently is going to be a mix of sea monsters with a good old thing of Lovecraft monster designs, from my understanding. The small farm is overgrown and derelict, and it appears to be abandoned. At one point, you muse, this must have been a quaint place. A good spot to raise a family, perhaps. Suddenly, as if summoned by your very thoughts, the faint and unmistakable sound of children's laughter is carried on the wind. The sound is oddly distorted, with a strange echoing quality, and for some reason chills you to your bones. The sound is interrupted by a woman's cry of pain, or perhaps sorrow. What is this? A ripe pumpkin. All right. I'm not a pumpkin guy myself, but I won't say no to getting food in this scenario. Yeah, since fall's gonna finally come up, which means the end of these blazing awful summers, that's also gonna mean the pumpkin stuff is gonna be rampant. I'm not much of a pumpkin person, as I've said. Keep an eye out for beds and inns to rest in while adventuring. Doing so is superior to sleeping in the wild. While resting at an inn or a bed, you have the option to manage your party. This means you can choose what characters to be a part of your main party and who should be in camp. Camp followers do not earn XP and never participate in combat. Camp followers will, for the most part, not engage in the narrative. There are a few exceptions to this, however, and there are Some cases where even characters outside your main party may chime in during conversation. Okay. The chest ahead of you is wet and covered in seaweed. It also looks familiar. Instantly, you recognize this as your luggage from the Zephyr. It has been stowed too well to get It has been stowed too well to get to during the mutiny, but by some miracle it made it ashore when it must have been salvaged. Better yet, the combination lock remains sound, meaning the contents of the chest is likely still unmolested. You best not get any ideas with my property, little fishy. Basillo growls as he eyes you suspiciously. I think you mean my property. What old Mother Maelstrom saw fit to bequeath upon me, eyes keeps. Basillo's eyes narrow as he fiddles the strap of his club. Then again, that's not to say I mightn't be willing to make a deal with you. What do you have in mind? See, there's this man, a stargazer he is, came through a few days ago, perched himself on that cliff right over there. Basillo points to the cliff that rises over the beach to the east. The thing is, he was carrying something, and I can hardly put into words. It's like a tube with glass in it that you use to look at the stars and such. A telescope? Aye, that's what he called it. Old Basillo would love to have it if you can get your way up to where he made camp. There's meaning in the stars, you see, old wisdom and such. And don't fret, Basillo saw a big old fat crow circling near the camp. I'll bet Basillo's eye that the stargazer's dead and rotting, and his telescope's just waiting to be salvaged. I'd rather you just hand over my stuff. Alright, difficulty 14. Fuck. What you mean? That's just 'cause she made you live. Now you're somehow entitled to Basillo's treasures? Fool. Basillo's the mother's chosen, not you. Now fuck off and get me that telescope if you want your bleeding box. I'll see what I can do. Cinnamon and apple items get big and fall too, so there's that. That's true. Ocean's terrifying. If Lovecraft had to be incorporated, it's the easiest option. Yeah, it works. By God, it can work. Alright, can I make a cheese sandwich? No. I have no recipes that I can make. But I can rest, and I'd like to do that. Resting. In this camp screen, use it to feed the party and select camp activities for the party members before resting. By default, the game always autosaves when you make camp. To fully recover from injuries, your party members must be well fed. Normally 10 points of food is required per party member to recover. Okay, so it'd be 20 points. Wait, hold on. Can I go back? I can't. Add food from your inventory by double-clicking it. Note that prepared meals and add a lot more food per item than raw ingredients. Seek out crafting stations near your yeah. You also need to select camp activities for your party members. These provide bonuses based on your character's skills. Okay. I'll forage and a number of hunting arrows. Oh yeah. Cat can fletch, I can forage. Or maybe I can fletch. Actually, I've got a good craft skill, I think, so I can fletch and diplomacy, train. Let's do that. All right, begin rest. Failed to fletch. Oh, we failed. We failed our checks. All right, we are now fully recovered. Now we've got some gold. There's the one who cheated Mother Maelstrom and loaded with trinkets for old Basillo, perhaps? There might be some fine coin in it for you. The old man shakes a worn leather pouch at you that clinks with the sound of coins. Stay as long as you like, just don't drink the water in the well. The fireplace casts a warm glow across the piles of gold fish bones, broken furniture, goldfish? No, of old fish bones, broken furniture, and strange trinkets that litter the ruined home. Basillo hums contently to himself. Where'd you get all that coin? The old man reaches into the leather pouch and pulls out a handful of strange coins that look nothing like the standard imperial coinage. Though they are no doubt valuable, they're covered in greenish grime that make them almost look more like seashells than coins. Bounty from the deep, handed down from me da. Handed down from me da. I think it's probably Scottish. Handed down from me da, who got it from me granda. He used to say granda was so strong in the old faith that Mother Maelstrom would let him go down into the deep and visit with them who live there. Came back with sacks of this, he did. I see. What's wrong with the well? Best not drink the water there. Tastes funny and gives you the strange dreams. Besides, the children mostly use it for their games these days. There are children here? Aye, Marita's little runts. Oleg and Anya, I think. Spend most of their time with their mother in the well. Oh no. Don't worry, little ones are right as rain. Sometimes I even hear them laughing and singing rhymes all day down in the well. Say nothing. What happened to this place? Nice a place as ever you'll see. Warm fire, roof over your head. Marita's good to old Basilio letting him stay here. Take care of her in return, Basilio does. She spends all her time playing in the yard with her kids these days, and she forgets to eat. Some days I have to feed her to make sure she don't waste away. I see. I've chosen. No, I'm not gonna go murder hobo. Don't drink the well water. Ooh, which story is that? I know which story that's referencing. We'll see. Oh, we already did that. I want to trade. Trade. All right, what does he have? What I have is this wooden doll. Does he have another bow that I can use? That's a shield, hunting arrows. How much do those cost? 2 GP each. How much have I got? 15. Let's sell the bottle and the doll. Wait, our popular gifts to give to local children. Actually, I'm gonna keep that. The dagger, I think I'll also keep. These can go away. Yeah, I'm keeping all of the flowers for the old potions. I'm not a mace user, so I'm gonna have to throw this away. Actually, wait. Lesser attunement tonic, a lantern. Do I not have a lantern? I don't think I do. Ah, it's 20 though, shit. Tonic of vitality. I'm not giving him the rations. What is this? A brass pin. Common folk to hold various garments in place. Okay, yeah, that can go. What's your inventory like? Okay, so you've got a crude club. Is this better than what you've got? Yeah, yeah, it is. Equip that to you, and then... let's trade, give you this club. It's not a lot, but it's something. I think that's all there is to that. What do we have here? A woman sits in the grass ahead of you with the well looming over her. She is emaciated, ragged, and covered in grime. How long has she been sitting here? Days? Weeks? She rocks back and forth, almost catatonic. Then suddenly you hear it again. The clear sound of playful children's laughter rises from the well. The woman wails. The woman rocks slowly back and forth as she stares blankly at the well in front of her. What has happened? It took them. Called out to them. I heard it. Funny thing is, I heard it calling with my voice. Oleg and Anya live in the well now. They're calling for me to join them. Can I help? It will never stop. It will multiply until it covers all the lands and all the seas, and And when we are all dead and bones, the conqueror mold will dress our corpses in black mourning veils. Her voice is flat and monotone, and the strange words almost seem to come from somewhere else. Then she lets out a deep sigh. But if I had my children's bones to bury, it would give me some respite. A moment of silence, then the sickening sound of children's laughter once again rises from the well. Oh, what he was hearing was not the... Well, what he was hearing was kids, but they weren't playing. Oh dear. Anywho, I'm taking your stuff now. Shadow over Innsmouth is one where people could go freely in and out of the sea and collect riches for a different price. I like that they're actually alluding to the literature and not just borrowing motifs. Yeah. That's usually the nice thing when it comes to stuff that has a very different feel and is inspired mostly by the work instead of just... Like, it feels like the references are kind of earned. One, for instance, is how Spike from Cowboy Bebop, his whole fighting style is based off of Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do martial art. And a lot of his principles to his character actually stems from Bruce Lee in terms of his teachings. So, yeah, like he's not just a Bruce Lee reference. He's his own character that just happens to have these things about him that, you know, are related to someone in real life. Let's go in the well. This well seems ordinary enough until you examine it more closely. A thin layer of slimy black mold seems to cling to its walls, and a heavy odor of filth rises from its depths. You could swear you heard something splash around in the shallow waters. A ladder has been placed in the well shaft, and you could easily descend if you wanted to. Done do it. I'ma do it. I'ma doing it. As you descend deeper into the earthy cave, you realize that the black mold covers most of the walls. Even the air is thick with the floating black specks. Here and there, the mold seems to form nodules. Your mind fills with images of the nodules bursting open in an obscene mockery of birth and black, worm-like tendrils of mold spilling forth into the world. An irrational urge to touch the nodes begins to grow inside you. Move on. Don't touch no. Touch! Don't touch! Touch! Do I have to call security? Perhaps it is the thickness of the air, or the sickly miasmas that fill this part of the cave, but stars flash before your eyes. Your mind is assaulted with images of alien landscapes. Cities? No, giant living structures, almost like the coral that the traders from the sea gates sometimes peddle. But large, so large it almost touches the sky. Continue. Then you see it. The structures themselves writhe with obscene life. Innumerable black worm-like tendrils of black mold cover them. They beckon you. Give in to them. Let them take hold. In the sky above you, something massive shifts. Carry on. Don't have a lantern. What is this? You see an infestation. You feel as if you're dragged under and into the crushing blackness of the unfathomable depths. Stars flash before your eyes again, and once more you see the impossible landscapes. Cyclopean edifices of writhing black shapes. An age of worms. You understand now. This is not some alien dreamscape. This is Warda. This is home. Warda, the planet upon which you find yourself, noticeable for the presence of the reticulum, the dominant ruling power. And you? You are a high priest, the god regent of a perfect world, and now it is time. The sky sunders, seven eyes see, it comes, give yourself to it. Carry on. Gathering all your willpower, you wrest back control of your faculties and forge ahead. On the walls ahead, you spot it. A festering ganglion of black ichor with two small human skulls leering from it. The mass of glistening mold pulsates with a grotesque, peristaltic motion as you approach it. Embedded in it is a collection of small animal bones. Nonetheless, you have no problems identifying 2 complete small human skeletons. Grab the bones. One by one, you pry loose the bones from the writhing of the ganglion. Its motions become more and more agitated as you work, and a wave of relief watches over you as the last piece comes loose. Now you must make your way out of this death trap. This is fucked up. Again, this game's writing really paints a picture. It's really, really good. Oh! The 2 diminutive shapes materialize as if from the very walls themselves. Bodies alive with writhing mold, their blank, idiotic faces staring up at you in a grotesque imitation of life. Your blood runs cold as organs that should never shape human voices spill forth the sounds of children's laughter. A loud shriek escapes from the horrors, and in a maelstrom of writhing blackness, the 2 pathetic creatures reshape into lean forms that tower over you. They do not intend to let you leave. Dash past them and escape. Shit. You attempt to slip past the monstrosities, but they have you boxed in. The only way out now is through them. Stand your ground. Is it just 2? It's just 2. Begin combat. Let's see, let's change back to the bow. The color out of space. Yeah, this is good stuff. There we go. Alright, I'm a little injured, but I leveled up now, so I can heal. I'm guessing that's one of the stories. Infestation. Let's level up real quick. Every step forward is worth celebrating, no matter how small. Keep going, and soon the path behind you will be no longer than the path ahead. That's actually inspiring. Thank you, game. Let's just take that. Get some spells in our system. And we'll take that. Alright, now we get spells. Nature magic school spells. Similar fate befell the farmer, his wife, and their children, their bones left in the well. Ah, okay. Alright, what do we get? Greater bark skin, bear strength, cure moderate poison, fortify awareness, minor lay on hands, serpent's grace. Let's go minor lay on hands and bark skin. The skeletal figure of Marita stands in front of the well, rocking silently back and forth. I have your children's bones. Marita looks up at you and blinks as if waking from a dream. Without a word, she gingerly takes the small bundle of bones in her arms as if it was a swaddled infant. She cradles it for a moment, then looks up at you with grateful eyes. She gently strokes your cheek and she gently strokes your cheek once and then turns and wanders into the fog. You've set her free. Falling to your knees, you retch violently. If it is from the conqueror mold. Yeah, if it is from the conqueror mold or the emotional moment, you just can't quite tell. Kneeling in the grass, you notice a satchel lying where the Meridia was kneeling. You get the that's not the same name. Where she was kneeling, you get a feeling it was left there for you. Slowly regain your composure and get to your feet. Shambling away from the well, you suddenly stiffen. Did you just hear something? A child's voice, perhaps? Or was it just the wind? Shit. Okay, first impression is set really high. Genuinely. Alright, can I equip that ring? Does it do anything, or is it just a ring? Modest but well-crafted gold ring. 80 GP. We can get a lantern with that, no problem. Fuck yeah. Alright, what else did we get? Rot mold, an aggressive mold known to eat almost anything or any organic material it comes into contact with. This mold has cost more than a few citizens their cheese cellars and pets. And can make a potion of speed. And then we now have a remove disease condition. That's good. Or we now have something that can remove disease. Marita's, yeah, they misspelled the name later. Let's read this. Marita. Vegetable soup, potatoes, carrots, leeks. All of the above can be found growing in our field. Oh, that's great. She actually got us. Oh, considerate of her to leave us a little book. Sweet. Now I can actually make some food.
Delicious. Finally, some good fucking food.
Oh, there's something in here. Can we get in the house? I guess we can't. There's something selectable in there for some reason. Unless it's supposed to be from the outside here. No. Yeah, the story ended with the mysterious color organism flying in a blast of heat from the well, only for a smaller speck that couldn't escape Earth's atmosphere falling back into the well. Oh. Sorry, I don't mean to keep flashing that. I'm just trying to... Can I not get that? Guess not. Alright, well, first let's cook up stuff. Farmer's omelet and a vegetable soup. Can I make another omelet? I can. Alright, we've got plenty of stuff now. We're good. Can I tell him about what I did? No. I can't. I just don't. Alright. Okay, there. 54 gold. Now we can get this lantern. Sweet. And that's pretty much all we can really get. But that's enough because a lantern is good. We'll sell this cookbook to him since we don't really have any other use for it. We've read it now, so we're good. I don't see... Okay, so we don't have a map, I guess. Let's take stock of what we have. So, Cat, she'll keep... Well... I'm gonna let her keep her bow, until I find my own bow to use later. Even worse, the area of the farmland and the well was later flooded and turned into a reservoir supplying water to thousands more. Oh no! Oh my no, that can't happen. SpongeBob, the well's now contaminated by eldritch magic. You know, I realize every time I do Squidward, try to do my Squidward voice, I sound a lot like that Alan character from Smiling Friends. I've heard a couple of people do his voice as an impression, some of which doing it to reference like the one... Oh god, they can do it to me too. Oh, I'm hurting. Oh, I'm hurting. And it's the clip where he's like waking up on a beach and he goes, "Oh, thank God. What the fuck?" Like that clip. A lot of people just have said like that apparent voice clip of his has gone like, this has been in my brain chemistry. Sounds like you were drifting closer to Squilliam there. What's a Squilliam line? What's a Squilliam line? I don't fucking remember. Squidward! I didn't know you had a 5-star restaurant like that. Like, is that the voice? Hooray, I made 1 arrow.
The horrible, sad truth is, I'm a cashier too!
Yeah. Yeah, okay, now I remember that one.
It's as if all he knows is fine dining and breathing. You must tell me your name.
Yeah, okay. I think I'm better at Squilliam than Squidward. All right, now we have a hunting arrow that Cat can use. It's a single arrow, but it's an arrow. And not CW arrow, because I remember people not being happy about that show. Emerging from the rocky shores, you survey the dreary interiors of Idra. Rolling hills and moors covered much of the surrounding areas, and tall, jagged mountains rise towards the north. East of you, a lighthouse can be seen, its faint light flickering against the gloom. Beyond that lies a bay and forms its far shore. From its far shore, the wind carries the foul stench of burning corpses. Oh. Embrace your gilded doorknob.
I have an entire replica of my unibrow crafted from the gilded doorknob.
Right? Is that it? I don't remember much from SpongeBob. All right. There's something wrong here on this island. Something really bad. Cat suppresses a shiver. You came here for a reason, right? With mercenaries and all. It had to have been something important. Oh, excuse me. I'm stretching real quick. My neck and back are hurting. I need to not slouch. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna stand up, actually. Oh. I don't know if you heard that. That was my lower back. Whew. Okay, I'm stretched and good now. I was hired to find somebody. Kat listens intently as you tell her about your quest to find Embla Bairn. Girl's lucky to have a family care for her, Kat mumbles. So the old man told you she was last seen in Horin, right? Well, I've been to Horin, landed there on our last run. I could tell you something felt off about this place, but nothing like this. There's something bad here. Cat, there's an alien mold in the water supply. Of course, that can't be solved by throwing what's a good white wine vinegar and hot water on it? Nah. Not even the purple stuff that's under the sink. What's a good way to remove mold? This can't be solved with a scraper. Water softener. There you go. Cat, this can't be solved by water softener. This shit's a bit more serious. Go on. Here's how I see it. Horin isn't far, it's just a day's march to the east around the bay. However, I think we need to be all clever-like about this. Make sure we rearm and maybe even try to pick up a few allies. If we rush in and end up dead, we're not doing this Embla any good, is what I'm saying. So we should explore around a bit, right? Gather a bit of intelligence and whatnot. Yeah, take the step by step. Yeah, just like that, Cat nods. See over there? Cat points towards the lighthouse to the east. Lighthouse is still lit, so it's bound to be manned. If we make our way there, we might find out more about what's going on. Might even scrounge up a hot meal. Any other suggestions? Cat looks around, squinting against the wind. She nods her head towards the northern shore. I suppose any other survivors and wreckage from the Zephyr would be washed up on the shore northwest of where we landed, right? Might be worth a look-see. Let's head out then. As you set out across the blasted landscape, you have a growing feeling that whatever horrific fate has befallen this region is somehow inexorably tied to your quest. Something dark and vast is slowly spreading throughout the outer isles, tentacles grasping greedily as it searches for something. Great adventures may lie ahead, but so does great terror. Of that you are absolutely certain. Oh, okay, so we have a full-on overworld map. Can't make camp on the map. Northwest. Oh, hello. You see a figure thrashing violently at something obscured by the low fog. Whatever this person is doing, it's producing loud crunching, wet squelches, and a stream of curses. Move closer. You see the scene for what it is. Roland, soaked through and spattered with ichor, is laying waste to a number of grotesque-looking creatures with a piece of driftwood. He snarls like a wounded beast, and his eyes are black with rage. Continue. As the last of the horrid beasts falls, twitching back into the shallows, Roland snaps his gaze to you, dead-eyed, staring at some distant point in the horizon behind you. Eventually, tension drains from his muscles, and he lowers his makeshift weapon.
I thought I was carrion, they did. I nearly was.
I didn't think you'd make it.
Seems like I've got a few lives left in me for all they're worth.
Roland sighs deeply and slumps into a nearby rock.
You tried to save me, you bloody idiot.
The mission needs you.
Ha! Spoken like a true mercenary. There might be hope for one of us after all.
Well, now there's work to be done. Or, what do you mean? Roland looks out across the uncaring sea.
Not many get to be my age in our line of work. The things that I've seen, that I've done. Memories like that prey upon you, like bloody wolves circling a camp. With the fire dying out, second you let your guard down, they pounce.
So would you rather why don't you retire?
I tried once. The quiet only made the memories louder.
You wait, expecting Roland to elaborate. He merely stares blankly ahead. We need to be on our way.
As you say, but heed this. If you want to survive, you need to drop the bloody heroics. This business makes your hands dirty, and nothing gets them clean again. Trust me on that. Speaking of which, I suppose I still work for you. We should get going.
Yeah, let's do it. Hooray! We now have Roland back. Roland nods solemnly, brushes a sticky glob of ichor off his arm, and trudges over to you. His lips part as if to speak, but he hesitates. Let's just go. Roland does not seem to hear you. Instead, he is staring intently ahead.
There are men in the fog. I thought I heard them earlier. I'm certain they're not from the Zephyr, and I'd wager they're less than friendly. I don't care if you're itching for a fight or not, but either way, we should tread carefully.
Okay. Drink a little water. Straining to see through the dense fog, you finally spot them. A group of men prowling the shoreline like carrion eaters looking for dead flesh. To be fair, I think if you let him go off on this island, he would never get to retire. Yeah. They are unkempt and dressed in rags with bare torsos and broad shoulders, adorned by a strange mixture of sailors' tattoos and crude symbols. They carry an assortment of cruel-looking rusted tools turned to weapons. Gibbering chatter, laughter, and whimpering drifts across the fog in a steady stream. Whoever these men are, their minds are long gone. You sit still until a group of them passes you by. Perhaps you might be able to slip past them. Leave quietly. Ooh, yes, vitality tonic. Alright. Let's get... Oh, you still have all of your stuff! Lucky you. Only level 3. Sweet. Alright, let's get you two-handed mastery. Charger. What was this? Light armor? Nah, he's... let's see what else. Okay. Save and exit. Oh, whoops. I didn't know they were that ahead of me. Well then. Yeah, I didn't know that it was north of me. Oops. Gotta go, man. Work tomorrow. All right. Hope you have a good rest of your night, Ice. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, I'm nearly dead. Oh, I actually am unconscious. Uh-oh. Well, that was an oopsie on my part. Let's make camp. That was my own fault. I'm an idiot for doing that. All right, Roland Train, Cat will... We need to get more arrows for her, so let's both fletch. Okay. We're now good. What's this? Ooh, fine breastplate. Give that to Roland. Ah, shit. Oh, no. Can I leave this combat? Where's the... It's gone. Okay, the crude arrow's gone. Well, yeah. So being a ranged character, if you're not magic, is gonna be rough. Oh, that guy hurts. Uh-oh, she's bloodied. There we go. Well, now I'm not stupid enough to try that again. Ooh, what's that? Round shield of stealth. Okay. Well, first, let's get you equipped with the breastplate. And then you can actually get the studded leather. Protect yourself some more. And you need to level up so that you can heal. That's nice that leveling up fully heals you. Anything else? No, it doesn't look like it. I'm just, gotta go through my motions here. Another critical hit. Holy shit. Roland's going crazy with all this. Holy fuck. Charge +2. Always good to get a charge in. Charge 1. There we go. I mean, we're leveling up at least. Although, to be fair, they spotted me and then attacked. So, yeah. Ooh. Oh, broadsword. Sweet. It's better than what I've got by a mile. And the shield of stealth can go to Cat. Yeah, although we may need to set up camp at some point. I don't think there's anything else here, so let's go off, I suppose. Lighthouse. What's here? Broken bodies and debris litter the rocky shores of the Idra in the distance. You can make out what appears to be the remains of the Zephyr's hull. Enter. All right, let's actually rest first, though, and get our supplies up and running. Actually, let's clear that. Wow, I'm terrible at fletching arrows. Which is fair, because I don't know how to fletch an arrow in real life either. A small group of exhausted figures sit huddled around a small campfire. You recognize them immediately as a small group of survivors from the Zephyr. One of the men suddenly notices you and then stumbles to their feet, smiling at you and waving you over to their meager fire. Approach peacefully. A gaunt-faced man that looks like he spent more years at sea than ashore stands before you. If you recall, this was the Zephyr's first mate. You remember his crewmates calling him Snow. He offers a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes as you approach. Greet him.
Had not expected to see you alive, mercenary. But you stood up for us at the Zephyr and you saved the lives of some of my men, so I'm glad you made it.
I was glad to.
Nonetheless, it did us little good. I've never seen anything like that beast before. The way it tore the ship apart. And this island, something is wrong here. What curse has befallen us?
We need to work together if we're going to survive.
Aye. There's no disagreeing with this. Though my men and I have not offered to save our fire and what shelter these huts may provide. There are beds inside if you require, but little else. There is one last thing. A favor I'd ask of you.
Go on.
If you come across any more of my men, tell them where to find me. Both I and the guild will thank you if you do.
Snow turns his back to you and joins his men in the fire. I have some questions.
What can I do for you?
What was it that attacked the Zephyr?
I've never seen anything like it. There are beasts in the depths, but nothing like this. It was like something out of a sailor's nightmare. A blessed dead. Now, how will we ever get off this island?
What do you know of this place?
I've been here before, years ago. Didn't leave Horn back then, but it was nothing but a backwater port like any other, full of people not too fond of strangers and superstitious fishermen. Nothing like now.
Go on.
Don't you feel it? The air smells strange. Like right before a thunderstorm. And the beasts. I tell you, I've sailed round the Empire for near on 20 years and I've never seen creatures like these. And then there are the men.
The men?
Aye. We saw men stalking the fog. Dangerous men, I thought. Then I came across some of their handiwork. Tommen and Dill, the cabin boy. Black arrows in their back. The both of them. Best to keep far away from them.
I had other questions. About the other survivors.
Aye? What about them?
Where should I look?
Currents brought us straight ashore if the dead are with us.
Currents brought us straight ashore, so if any of the dead are with us, any survivors would have landed on this here shoreline.
You might want to start by searching the cliffs, just to the north. Also others are bound to have landed in the same area where you landed. Finally, there is a lighthouse to the southeast, and some may have headed there.
What do you know of this island? I've been here before. Okay. One of the wretched survivors from the Zephyr. The man looks torn, tattered, and exhausted. As you approach, the sailor offers a tired but grateful smile.
Talk to Snow if you want something.
Okay, so it's only Snow. Vegetable soup. It's good. It's good for all this. Ooh, cheese. Oh boy, cheese! Okay, what's that? Mushroom? Picked up Werdorf. Steelfish. Alright, what is in here? Who's this? You wish to hire a mercenary for 300 gold. A mercenary is a blank character that you get to create from scratch and add to your party. Oh. Picked up a recipe for baked onions. Just onion. All right. I'll take it. All right, well, we got that. Let's save. Is there anything else here? Some more of those mushrooms. Some rope, which I assume will be really useful for us. Ooh, egg. Fix rope. Haha. Sweet. Okay, so getting rope is a good idea. Wow, this is like a tabletop campaign. Rope is important. Okay, so that loops all the way around. That's the edge to get back onto the world map. What have we got up here? Ooh, there's something up there. Bread knife, scrimshaw, buttons, and gold. Lying ahead of you lies some gargantuan beached sea creature. Or, like some gargantuan beached sea creatures are the smashed remains of the Zephyr. You shudder to think of the monstrosity that caused the demise of the once elegant ship. What manner of terror creature was that? What manner of creature was that? Cat muses as if reading your mind. The ship is utterly shattered with its hull broken. The ship is utterly shattered with its hull broken in half. It seems impossible that the ship would have remained afloat for long enough to settle on these cliffs in its current condition. It's almost as if something placed it here, though for what reason you can only guess. As far as you can tell, there is currently no way into the ship, though that may change as it shifts in the tides. Wonder if the gods are watching me. Is that blood? No, never mind. Just make the references Baldur's Gate 3. But yeah, so far I like this. It's got a very interesting atmosphere to it that I find very nice and different. Okay, here. What is this? A grim monolith rises from the rugged landscape. Ancient and weathered, the stone must have stood here for centuries. Painted on it are crude spiral-shaped runes, and at the base of the monolith lies piles of eggshells, flowers, and fish bones. Examine closer. Your eyes are drawn in by the mesmerizing spiral symbol. For a brief moment, it almost seems to shift. To avert your eyes and instead shift the small pile of offerings with your foot, it occurs to you that these can't be more than a few weeks old, perhaps days. Ah, so those people I fought were likely worshippers of whatever's going on here. So, can't go in there unless the tide lowers. And I think that's everything that I can find here. Oh, hello. A sudden sound makes you stop dead in your tracks. Someone or something is charging towards you through the tall grass. Who goes there? A woman dressed in the livery of the Nautical Guild emerges from the fog. Panic is written on her face and she's panting heavily. They're right behind me, the woman shouts exceedingly. Level, what's going on? Cat grabs the woman by the shoulders. What are you talking about? A pack of lean, growling predators emerge from the fog. The hounds snarl and then lunge at you. Oh, that's a lot of them. It's 4, okay. There's another person here. Huh. Move you here, move you here, move me here. Uh-oh. Well, that person's dead. Oh, that's a shame. So, wild dogs, huh? Okay. Alright. Any other spots? Said the north, right? Actually, the winding coastal road constricts as steep cliffs press in from the north. The dense fog reduces visibility to a mere stone's throw, and you feel an uneasiness rise in your stomach. Then, as in response to your concern, a bizarre, monstrous growl echoes through the cliffs ahead of you. Frozen mid-step, you scan the mists when the unmistakable stench of rotting flesh is wafted towards you. Something large and deadly lies ahead. Roland places a hand on the hilt of his weapon as he scowls into the mist. Never lies ahead. I fear it's yet beyond our mettle. What do you recommend? I say we turn back for now. We need more time to prepare for whatever lies ahead. I'm inclined to agree with the big man, Kat adds as she looks around nervously. Let's get the fuck out of here. You swallow as hard as you ponder the dangers that may lie ahead. Difficulty. Warda is a dangerous place where you can quickly end up facing very dangerous beings. Sometimes the best tactic is to leave a fight for later as you level up and gather more equipment and allies. Remember that you can change the difficulty of the game at any time. You can even create your own custom difficulty. Play the game the way you want. Cool, except I'm getting out of here. Yeah, I figured that would be too much for me right now. An ancient lighthouse rises steeply from the bluffs ahead of you. The beacon is still lit, though it flickers weakly. Enter. A sinewy, armored woman with a shield slung on her back and a broadsword at her side stands by a small campfire. She's grunting and cursing under her breath as she clumsily tries to bind a wound on her arm. Dried blood and mud cakes her face and armor, and she looks haggard. She freezes as she sees you emerge from the fog. A suspicious frown falls over her face. Let me help you. No need, she growls as she finishes the tourniquet using her good arm and teeth. Bless you for offering, but I can manage. I would kill for some water, though. Offer her a drink from your water skin. Thank you. Name's Karilla. Used to call myself captain of our little mercenary company. Some rich trader from Alders paid us well to come here and look for the Fury. The Fury? Things went to shit quickly. I've been losing my crew one by one. Nihilus and Peter got their coins yesterday. Nihilus and Peter got their coins yesterday. Torn to pieces by those fucking hounds. It's just me now. What's the Fury? What? Never heard of the Santa Fury? She was an Umbarian treasure ship, they say. Umbarian? Okay, yeah, Umbarian, I think. Umbarian treasure ship, they say. Disappeared around 40 cycles ago, and it said she was laden heavy when she went. People been looking for her ever since. Me, I never put any stock in the legend. Sailor's tale. But then this rich fop from Alders up and offered to pay me and my company to go here and look for it. Go on. Well, easy money, we thought. Idra's not huge, and according to the trader, rumor had it she lay on dry land near the lighthouse. And there's only one lighthouse in Idra, see? So sounded easy enough. No reason to expect any bloodshed either. Idra used to be nice and peaceful. Our steel was mostly in case we did find it and needed to guard any treasure. Needless to say, that's not how it went. You didn't find anything? Not a scrap. We searched every inch of this island, and let me tell you, the Santa Fury's not here. It bloody can't be. A fucking ship on dry land and near the lighthouse nonetheless? It does not exist. Mind if I give it a go? I would hate to see you spill your guts on this bloody island looking for some ghost ship. Then again, you might have better luck than me and my... Karilla. I think Karilla stops briefly and her eyes water up. Just be careful. Idra's not peaceful anymore, and I suspect there are things out in the mist far worse than the hounds. What happened here? Honestly, I don't know where to start. There were lights in the sky, flashes and orbs, some over Horin, and others over the island's interior. Minor quakes even, and then things went real bad. People lost their minds, and animals started changing. What terrifies me is I can't even tell you how long ago that was. Days, weeks. Her voice rises in anxious tone. I just need to get away from here, off this fucking rock. What will you do now? I'll try to make my way east around the bay. Maybe there are large groups of survivors and perhaps even someone with a way of getting away from here. Good luck, and if you ever find that bloody treasure, buy me a drink next time we run into each other. Corilla packs up her gear and begins to carefully make her way through the mist until she's gone. Okay. Ooh, a shovel. I'll take that in case we need to dig something up. And a lantern. Anything else? Just a campfire. What's up here? I don't need this because it is daytime. I'm glad that I don't have to keep resources checked on the lantern. Every time I ever walk up to something and I hear that sound, I keep thinking of the Half-Life, like, sound of whenever you're melee hitting something. I can't unhear it. Survivor. Hiding along the cliffs is a lone surviving member of the Zephyr crew. Dead Emperors, they killed them all. Stabbed old Nino right in the throat. We need to find somewhere to hide. All about the other survivors. The man thanks you profusely and hastily makes his way towards the camp where his comrades are waiting. Ooh, wine. And fish. Thieves' tools and gold. Anything else? There's some more crabs. There we go. Okay, we're getting used to things now. Things feel good. I'm getting used to the combat. Like, my lack of arrows is kind of concerning me, though, considering, like, I'm a ranger. Arrows and bows are kind of my thing. I need to find or buy more, and I'm just not getting them. You see a broken bridge. There's a cave. This is where we were earlier. The bridge ahead is broken. Perhaps you can jump the gap. Hey, we made it. I don't know if anything was in the cave, but I best not. Probably, well, I may check later. What is that? Pitcher, cracked wine jug, decorative shell, and gold. Okay. Anything else? No. At least we're getting a ton of eggs. Those are usually good to have. What's this? Oh, different monsters. There we go. Combat. It sucks that, because like the improvised arrows are supposed to be here to help, right? But they're just gone now. It's really weird. But yeah, I get, like, bow's now completely useless. I can't do anything with it, so gotta keep doing this. Yeah. I'll just put cat here. Defend. And then myself. go here. Defend. I'm just getting a ton of crits. What the shit? I'm going crit crazy here. Alright, let's grab this stuff. Conch shell and weaving comb. And gold and a glass bead. Okay, glass bead could sell. Alright. Is there anything else up here? Oh, hello. Oh, more dogs. Let's do that. Uh-oh. Also, I didn't even realize I had a level up. Let's do minor lay on hands on myself. So that's how that works. Alright, this thing needs to go. Hold on. Let's do that. Defend for a turn. I'm almost dead. I don't know how many times I can cast spells a day, so I'm kind of going off what I can try. Yeah, kill this thing as soon as I can, because holy shit. So it said, so there was something that determined my spellcasting capabilities in a given time, and I didn't know really what it was. So I might need to check that later. Please. Oh dear God. There. Holy shit. Let's cast Lay on Hands on Cat. She's hurting bad. Change out. Roland, please hit the damn thing. I'm begging you. There. And there. Whew! Okay, so let's make camp, because we're hurt pretty badly. And keep fletching. Gotta keep fletching. Too heavily injured to work, yeah. Alright. Let's get Roland and me the levels we need. Actually, let's not do that. Let's... Second wind probably lets him be able to do a lot more stuff. Alright, save and exit, and then me. Ranged accuracy. Get more nature magic in, or... get more sword. There we go. Ooh, hello. Let's just ascend. Yeah. Oh, I could have just walked around. Well, now I know. Okay, here's the lighthouse door. Onion. Onion. Potato. Potato. Egg. Let's keep going around, and then we'll head in at some point. I'm just checking around here because I want to see what I can pick up. A lot of eggs, which honestly, useful. Very nice. You know what? I want to go into that cave. I want to see what's in there. What's in here? Is it just mushrooms? Ah, I see. Roland, and then Cat, and then me. There. My first? Oh dear. Oh, this is awkward. Defend, I guess. Defend. Do that. I do like that the turns do go by really quickly, so it's just really fast. Make sure that you get into the action as soon as possible. There we go. Okay, I think we're actually doing pretty well for ourselves right now. We're doing good damage each. Oh, hello. Sprawled onto the ground ahead of you lies the mangled body of a man. Stacked high against the walls behind the poor fellow are crates of goods and you have a feeling you've stumbled on a smuggler's hideout. One that has seen fairly recent use. I mean... I get to do it. How am I? Why am I bad? Holy shit. Are you better at this? No. Well, I mean, she's got a better thievery than me. But it's just... Alright. You force it. Really? There. Holy shit. What's in... Didn't I just... Oh! It was to... Oh, it's to damage it. Oh, it takes away my health to do it. Oh, no. Is there a key on here? Smuggler's Journal, potion of acid immunity. Check the... What does this say? I hate these jobs. Dropped off and told to guard the cargo until it can be collected. And whilst the bastards are up in the northern cave are living the good life, I'm stuck in this hole. I sometimes think the Imperial dungeons would be preferable. We explored the cave today and found what appeared to be an underwater tunnel in one of the dead ends. Brian insisted we try to swim it, but I can think of no worse nightmare than being lost in the dark underwater. I told him as much and he got agitated. Yelled something about dreaming of an ancient relic. I have no idea what he's on about. Golden dead. Byron got attacked by a crab the size of a warhound today. Nearly took his leg off. Neither of us have seen anything like it before, and we can only pray it was alone. Hope the ship won't be delayed much longer. Brian is gone. I know in my heart he's gone to the underwater tunnel. Madness. Shapes are moving in the dark now. No way out and no one is coming for me. Light is failing. Mother. Mother. Holy shit. I like this game. It's really nice. Why am I bad? 18 difficulty, though. One more. Yeah, okay. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, this is a fucking trial of a dungeon. Oh, the bar indicates my spell usage. I see. So I could just brute force this if I wanted. Since I seem to have a lot of chances to use the lay on hands. I like the little dice toss, it's fun. Holy shit. One more. Just one more. You can do it, Roland. We're almost there. He's almost got it. Laying on hands. You've almost got it, Roland. Almost. Just one more success and you've got it, and we could get something really good out of that. Holy shit. It's funny to me that he somehow is being damaged by the lock as he's trying to break it open. I don't know, I just think that's funny. Alright, that's all the heals I can do. And there we fucking go. At last. What is in here? Ooh, a keen find hand axe. See, that was worth it. And keen, that probably means if I know my tabletop logic well, and I do believe I do, the keen part of it means that it can critical a bit more frequently if you roll well enough on it. But yeah, I need to get my spells back, so let's camp for now. Begin rest. 1 arrow fletched. Jesus. It is not good. Like, I don't know what's determining my stats on... Oh, shit. It's dark. Actually, inventory. I can use hand axes. Accuracy +1. Higher crit chance. Oh, but she needs it more. And it's light. So she can use it, actually. Yeah. She deserves it more. She needs it more than I do. And I think that's all for that. Alright, let's go in. Oh, there's stuff here. Oh, wonderful. Baked onions. Farmer's omelet. Alright, wonderful. What is in here? What else is in here? Traveler's garb, lantern, wine, journal, Casper's journal, and a mug. Actually, what's my encumbrance right now? Oh, we're fine. Since Roland got in our party, we're fine. Okay. Let's see. What else have we got? So the doll didn't end up really doing anything for us, so I'm going to give that back. I'm going to go sell that if I can help it. Was this one. About a year ago. Arrived today and was met by the man who is to be my overseer, Matthias. He seems nice enough, albeit eccentric. Is this to be my fate as well? Woe to me that my wretched life and poor choices has landed me. Casper of Laurel, on this barren rock as the keeper of lights. About 6 months ago. Saw lights on the shore near the cave entrance. Smugglers, Matthias says. He insists we leave them alone and I'm forced to abide. Though my mind wanders often to that cave and what may lay within. About a month ago. I cannot take it anymore. The old bastard is driving me mad. He spies on me and gives me strange looks, and I'm sure he goes through my things. I went for a walk to clear my head and I ended up by the entrance to the sea cave. Something is calling me there. I hear it even in my sleep. About a week before your arrival in Idra. Dreams driving me mad. Always it calls me to the caves, to the deeper dark that lies beneath where no man tread for eons. The looking stone and the ancient sleepers, the blade calls me. I can take no more. Yeah, he went crazy. He went a little crazy. Traveler's garb, woohoo! Okay. I think that's all for that. What is this? Beef stew. Ooh! Oh! Oh, I can put stuff in here. Well, let's get the stuff that we can't really sell. So that can go, that can go, that can go. Rope I'm keeping. The sword I'm keeping. The mug I'm keeping. The journals I'm just gonna throw. Like, they're not really... They only sell for 1 gold, and they're not really gonna benefit me anymore. Baked onions recipe. That... Actually, recipes sell for a lot, so I'm keeping that on me. And I think that's pretty much it. Why does a fork sell for 6... I guess utensils probably sell a lot in Fantasy Kingdoms. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Nothing else of interest to really get rid of. So. Yeah. That's good, though. That's good that we got that taken care of. What's with the bed thing here? Shoddy wooden chest. Okay, this time it's difficulty 10, so surely. Wonderful. Can I check what's on the note here? No? Okay. Anything else? Ooh, what's this? Hanging on the wall, you see a dramatic but not particularly artful painting of a ship with torn sails caught in a terrible storm. Your mind wanders to the Zephyr and its grisly fate, and you shudder. Look closer. Leaning in, you notice that there is a name printed on the side of the ship. The Santa Fury. Could this be it? Is this what the rumor that the Santa Fury could be found near the lighthouse on Idra meant? Examine the painting even closer. Examining the painting more carefully reveals nothing. Not until you turn it over. Written in faint lettering in the lower left corner of the painting's backside, you can clearly make out a poem of sorts. From the center of the three, the Saint Fury made her flight, setting out to hide her booty, all within the lighthouse's sight. The center of the three. So I'm guessing it's 3 islands in the middle, and Center made her flight, setting out to hide her booty, all within the lighthouse's sight. 2 leagues south began her trip, 5 east to the captain cried. 2 leagues south, so center, south, leagues, 5 east. The captain cried, 4 more to the north. Our plunder we shall hide. Land ahoy, went up the roar. We'll lay our treasure there, into the rising sun. 3 more, then dig and have no fear. Into the rising sun, so east. So, south, east, north, and then 3 more north on land, and then that's where they do it. You hastily take down the poem in your journal. Excitement washes over you as you realize that you may in fact be on the trail of something more than an old sailor's tale. If you can make sense of the poem, that is. Well, I mean, if it's center of the archipelago within the site of the lighthouse, then you go east, south, or no, south then east, 2 south, 3 east, 4 north, 3 on land, then you've got it. Nope, didn't mean to come up here. Hold on. That's clearly lighthouse. That's the cellar. Potatoes, I'll take that. Wine, I'll take that. Rations, I'll take that. Shovel, I don't know what I could use that for. Rope, I know I could use that. Alright, and that's just the other side of there. Alright, well, let's go talk to the lighthouse guy. The lighthouse keeper. As you enter the lighthouse gallery, a haggard face peers out at you from the gloom. Moving closer, you see it belongs to an old man who clutches a makeshift spear tightly to his chest. Somehow he looks both fearful yet greatly relieved to see you.
Mother of maelstroms, the man croaks. Who are ye, then? Who did I summon? Come, sit, you must be weary. Sit! Sit!
The man gestures frankly to a battered chair in the corner. I was shipwrecked here by something foul.
There are all manner of beasts in the deep oceans of our world, but never have I seen anything like this. A horror from beyond the natural it was, that pulled down that ship. I saw it all from my tower, I did, though I wish I did not have to bear such a sight. I can hardly believe that anyone could survive such a nightmare.
I did.
Now how did the tides release you, as so many others were claimed?
The keeper leans in and fixes you with an unwavering gaze.
Are you blessed? Or perhaps cursed is more like it?
Neither, I think. Now what happened here.
Something foul is growing on Idra. A taint on the land. There are lights. Lights as you've never seen, like those sailors from the high north talk of. But the colors... it's like they bleed into your very dreams, if you can manage to sleep, that is. It's got the animals first, though. Warped them in both mind and body. Made them crueler and dangerous. I never seen nothing like it. It's unnatural, I tell you. But worse still, Horan is dead as a tomb. Was a right beldam of cries and screams 2 days ago. Then nothing. Not as much as a lit candle at night. Only the deep itself knows the truth of these happenings. But I can tell you this. The island is doomed. The sea itself will rise to claim us.
I need some information. Drink some water. Real quick. There's no voice acting in this game, so I gotta stay hydrated.
Yes, anything you may ask. We're safe as can be here.
The old man seems eager at the prospect of conversation. How long have you been here alone? Matthias seems troubled by the questions and shifts uncomfortably. Okay, so this is Matthias.
Had an assistant, Caspar. Went mad, the fool did. He had a head full of grand ideas, and I kept telling him, this here's a place for the quiet mind. Threw himself from the tower. Found him broken on the cliffs. I can't be blamed.
Matthias' jaw quivers and his eyes water over.
I should have known. Gotten him off this rock when he started talking about the cave and something about a blade calling him. I should have known. I should have saved him, but I couldn't bear the thought of being alone again. The silence is unbearable.
Ask about the cave and blade.
He would babble about the cave underneath here for hours. I'd tell him those were smuggler caves and that he was to leave them alone. Smugglers keep to themselves, but no telling what they'll do if you bother them. As to the blade he talked about, that must have been the ravings of a madman. A soul lost to drink and loneliness. Oh, poor boy.
Matthias wipes his eyes and exhales warily.
And again, what if it is down there? A black blade, hidden in some ancient recess, glistening in the dark.
Matthias's gaze grows distant for a moment.
If it is, we needs to retrieve the blasted thing and destroy it.
And that's where I come in?
Aye. Would you help an old man set things right? I'll make it worth your while. Find that black blade and bring it here. It needs to see the thing that took Caspar at least once before we destroy it. The entrance to the cave lies in the gully underneath the broken bridge. Be careful.
You mentioned smugglers?
Idris thick with them, carrying wares to the mainland for the Freithin.
Yeah, for the Freithin. What's the Freithin? Freithin, a group of separatists who are plotting for the eventual overthrow of imperial power in Freymark. Oh, okay.
Islands riddled with caves, and they use them to store their contraband and whatnot. But they keep to themselves, and I want no trouble, so I let them be.
I have some other questions. There are smugglers in Idra. Okay, nothing else. Tell me about Horin.
Horin went dark, at the same time as the animals ran amok. There was smoke on the wind, and screams too. I could swear it. Sounded like a battle, or perhaps slaughter is more like it. But I think there's a camp of sorts just north of town. Ragged tents and such. Survivors, perhaps. I thought about going there to see myself, but I changed my mind.
The old man hangs his head dejectedly before continuing in a whisper.
Save her here, tending to the light.
I have some other questions. What did you need? Actually, I should make you ready to leave.
Oh, you have more important things to deal with? Well, I must keep watching. Seeing.
The old man trails off, eyes unfocused.
Forgive me for not being of more help.
We really need to go.
You're a fool to go. There's nothing beyond the light but despair and...
The old man sighs.
But I'll be here waiting for you. For when you return, as I must.
Farewell. So let's go to the cave then. So there was more to the cave that I didn't see. Good to know. We'll rest up. Begin rest. We are so bad at fletching fucking arrows. Oh my god. We are so bad at this. Alright. Let's go check out this cave, huh? Also, I think... I actually don't have that much armor. She does. What is this? I think I might take the bow. Although we don't have any arrows at this time. I mean, yeah. Ugh. So let's go ahead and try for this then. See whatever this is. Question is, do the monsters respawn when we go out and rest? They don't. Oh. There's a tunnel. Creeping through the narrow and cobweb-covered tunnel, it occurs to you that you're likely the first to use it in decades. It appears that neither the smugglers nor whoever lies on the other side of the tunnel knew of its existence. The wall ahead is no doubt another door, and you put shoulder to it, expecting the massive slab of rock to be heavy. You're surprised to find it easily swings open, and you nearly stumble into the room ahead. It occurs to you that given the door's cleaver design, there would likely have been no way to finding this door from the other side. Hold on, let's save real quick. Ooh. Oh, an alchemy workstation. Oh, thank God. I finally can do something with that. But... chanting? Oh, God. Ooh. What's up here? Oh. Buddy, your fucking hatch leads down here. What the hell? Brandy. A wooden chest. All right. It's difficulty 10, so there we go. What's in here? Potion of heroism. Ooh. Creeping through the moldy lighthouse cellar, you round a corner and stop dead in your tracks. Rising up through the core of the tomb is a grotesque-looking metallic monstrosity. The strangely organic shapes and odd geometries seem to writhe in the dim light, and the burnished silver coating casts a ghostly reflection on the walls. Not with an I, a Y. Silver, a rare metal with strong reticular properties used in the construction of arcane machinery and artifacts. For all its alienness, you still recognize the arcane machinery, an ancient imperial reticular node. You suspect this lighthouse was once fueled by reticular energy and that this machine was part of its operation. The stillness and layer of dust, however, tell you that it's long since fallen into disrepair and that the lighthouse is likely now fueled by common oil. As you stand there, beholding the strange machine, you become aware of the scraping of tiny claws in the darkness, then chittering. As you reach for your weapon, the strange harmonics of the chittering converge, and for the briefest of moments, you could have sworn you heard words formed. Half a dozen beasts launched at you from the dark corners of the room with fangs bared. Oh, that rat looks messed up. That's a fucked up looking rat. Actually, wait, no, not there. Here. And cat, you go here. Uh-oh. Ugh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. She's not doing hot. I'm on top of something. I didn't mean to heal myself. Well. She missed. And now I'm infected. Do I not have a... What does heroism do? Adds heroic inspiration. Oh, +2 melee damage. Fuck yeah. But, attunement, cure disease. Oh dear God, please hit this rat. Holy shit, what is the AC of this rat? Thank you, Jesus Christ, oh my God. Ugh, it's like my actual luck in a game. I just cannot fucking do anything. Like, that's how it be sometimes. Like, just sometimes you just have really shit luck with your rolls and you just cannot seem to catch a break on it. Alright, healed. Do I have any more of those? Attunement tonic, no. Acid immunity, no. Oh fuck, we're both sick and we can't do anything about it until we rest. We need to rest up, like, right now. Oh, didn't mean to fucking shit. Alright, let's try again. Get some more goddamn arrows. Okay, no, we're still diseased even if we rest up. I don't know how we're supposed to clear that. Is that the cave just below here, right? I mean, there's nothing else that's different. We didn't really find a... We didn't find anything. We just found this old machine. Gotta go tell the guy, hey man, we found not... Hey man. Smuggler's caves beneath the lighthouse and seek the blade that Caspar saw in his dreams. The next time I get a spell, I'm really gonna need to get that cure disease spell. That'd be kind of nice. Okay, so I mean that's the cave. That was the cave beneath the lighthouse. So we need to go down this way. Oh, I can go in the water. Oh, it's supposed to. Oh, I'm going in this direction. Oh, so that's another exit. Okay, so that's where it was. Okay, so I see now. All right. defend. I have no arrows left, so... Barkskin. Oh, that's not... Oh, no. I'm almost full in the wounds. Oh, no. Getting some health back. Can I do it again? I can. Okay, so they seem to explode when they die, which isn't good. Alright, so far I'm kind of relegated to be party healer, but that's okay. Kind of wish I could deselect the target. Well, Cat can level up, so she can heal fully now. Holy shit. Okay, but that doesn't cure the disease that she may be feeling. Wow. Okay, that stings. Holy fuck. Oh, come on. Alright, well, we gotta leave because we are hurt and we can rest up at the lighthouse since now we have a way to get up there more easily from this spot. Yeah, I just thought on a whim, like, oh, maybe that's the tunnel. No, the tunnel's been, like, deeper in this whole time. But holy shit, we are fucked up. Actually, wait, hold on. We need to cook up some different stuff. What can we cook?
Cooking. Jesse. Jesse. I cooked you a baked onion, Jesse.
Mr. White. Why did you cook me an onion? I told you I wanted... I told you I wanted to get some... I told you I wanted burgers tonight.
Jesse, it was a recipe I saw online, Jesse.
Alright, well, we're both diseased, sadly, so we're kind of fucked in that department, but let's keep going. I have no clue how to, like... I need to pick up a different spell once I level up again. We can at least get that done, we're good. Silver necklace and gold, I'll take that. And that's to the other bridge. Okay. Combat. Critical fucking hit. Holy shit. Let's shift. Shift. Do the damage. Let's heal up Cat real quick. There. Wow, I just realized almost 4 hours have passed and I feel like it's only been a couple. This game's been really quickly paced. Like, it gets you in on the action really fast. There, critical. There we go. Beautiful. Now, cast spell, and cast spell, and then I think this restores. Thought so. Alright, another locked one. Alright. God, I wish I still had my thieves' tools, but I burned them all on that stupid fucking other one. Keen Masterwork Cutlass. Ah, I like a cutlass. Probably. How good is it? Oh, it's. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Good find. Me like. Okay, we were there before with the acid-spitting crabs. You find yourself at the opening of a narrow underwater tunnel and wonder how long you can hold your breath to dive in. In the faint bioluminescence of the cave's bizarre underwater flora, you make out their 3 passages. Northwest and east takes you further into the cave system, whilst west leads back to the surface. 10 rounds of oxygen remaining. So north and east takes you further. North. A bend where the tunnel leads east or south, sharp limpet spikes growths cover the walls, and you take care not to cut yourself as you squeeze past. Swim east. This chamber is flat with a low ceiling and 3 tunnels leading north, east, and west. North. Oh, go. Oh, God, no. Yeah, fucking eels. The wall of this bulbous chamber are pocket-marked with a dozen smaller tube-like holes leading deeper into the bedrock. As you contemplate the folly of sticking your head into one of them, an eel-like creature darts from one of the holes and bites into your flesh with tiny, razor-sharp fangs. You utter an underwater scream of pain and terror, but before you can act any further, the creature has retreated back into one of the holes. Swim south, east. The chamber is bathed in a greenish glow coming from the eastern tunnel that leads to the surface. The western exit leads deeper into the cave system. Let's go west. West. South. You break the surface and find yourself back in the cave system where you started. For all its bleakness, you nonetheless feel a sense of relief as returning to this area. Okay, it was just 1 damage. I was very scared about how much damage that was gonna do to me. The eel. All right, let's try this again. East. A large domed chamber riding... Wait. A large domed chamber. Riding seaweed covers the floor and reaches up towards you like groping tentacles. You shudder as one of the slimy tendrils brushes your skin. 3 tunnels lead out of the chamber. East, west, and south. West. East takes you further into the cave system, while less... East. West. North. East. East. West. Now, you have died. The dragon awakens. Reload a previous save or restart the game. Game too difficult. I didn't realize how many rounds were left. Oops. Well, I'm back to my old sword now. We're still diseased, which is not ideal. But I know I know kind of understanding now. I was trying to head back, but I guess that wasn't gonna work out. All right, well, we gotta do this again. Oh, never mind. Oh, right, because I saved after we fought. Okay. Awesome. It was after this I should save again. There we go. Begin combat. Let's keep you defending. Because then, yeah, pincer. Trapped him. There. Defend. Oh my god. Oh, it's like my actual tabletop games. It's like my actual Pathfinder games when it's like just miss. Like it's just this. That's what draws out most of the games in my actual IRL Pathfinder stuff, is that it's just consistent, almost comedic amounts of missing. Like, say for the kineticist on our team, it's like miss with like the occasional hit from our biggest, from our biggest hard hitter in the party. All right, so we get that back, and then we equip the cutlass, and then we save. That goes to where we went to before. And then we'll try this again. Dive into the tunnel. East, west, north was something else, east, south. The bioluminescence is so faint in this chamber that you almost fail to spot the tunnels leading north and east. 6 rounds of oxygen. North. East. Oh, God. Suspended in the middle of this chamber is the corpse of a young man. His features are softened by the sickly glow of the algae growing here, but there's no mistaking the mask of terror that froze on his face as he drowned. Tunnels lead to the north and west. 3 rounds of oxygen remaining. North. The tunnel narrows somewhat here before opening up into a slightly larger chamber with 2 exits, west and south. West. Reload. You know, I wonder if you could probably try an Iron Man run of this game where you just restart the game entirely from the start if you die. I imagine that challenge would be very interesting to go with. Alright, so east, south, east. We can examine him now. Quickly rummaging through the poor fellow's belongings, you try not to think about your own dwindling air supply. In a pouch on his belt, you find a handful of coins and a key. Now you've lingered too long already, and you must move on. Tunnels lead north, north, south, north, west. It's not difficult, I just don't really get what the direction is. But at least we now know our directions most of the way in. East. Try that again. East, south. Let's try that again. I love this design, though, for the eyes coming out, that none of the eyes look the same. The dragon awakens, though. I wonder what this game's interpretation of a dragon will be. East. South. East. Examine. West. East. No. West. North. Sorry, I'm charging my phone. Give me one moment. I want to get this quest done at least, and then we can probably end after that, because we've been going for over 4 hours, even though it still only feels about 2.5. East, south, east, examine, north, west, west, north, east. Maybe I need to do this with Roland, since he's got the higher endurance. Because endurance is part of the deal, right? That endurance is higher for surviving. Nope. East. South. East. Examine. North. West. West. North. East. North. I got a key from him, but I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to be getting. Hold on, I want to see what it updates to if I can I check my journal? No. east, south, east, examine, north, west. I don't know if I'm supposed to be just going back to... Because we get a key. So maybe we head back? Because it seems like it just kind of loops. East, south, east, examine, west, north, south, north, west, north. No. Problem is, I'm not really given any indications on where to go, aside from, like, this leads to the surface. Okay. West leads back, so... East. Large dome chamber. East. West, or south. Examine. Okay. What do we get? Apparently quite valuable. No, that's not it. Deep or dark. Entrance to the cave under is broken. So still nothing new. What does the key say? A large rusty key that seems like it would open a chest of some other container. You obtained it from the drowned corpse beneath the lighthouse. Alright, well we got that, so let's save again. Dive in. East. South. East. West. North. Okay, let's try that again. Because now that we have the key, I don't need to keep examining the corpse and wasting a time on that. East. Let's try that again. Dive. East. East. West. No. Dive in. East. East. West. No. Fucking... Again, at least the saving's fast. Saving and reloading's really quick. Okay, I think I see the directions now. I see the direction I'm supposed to go. East. I say as I immediately mungle myself. I say as I immediately bungle myself. You break the surface of the merge into an alien... Okay, no, this literally was the last screen and I keep... Okay. Good to know. You, oops, I didn't know that this would be the last one. You break the surface and emerge into an alien world. The air is stale and damp, and the walls are so covered in algae and fungus that they almost appear to writhe. All right, well now I know, and I did it. You enter into the larger chamber ahead to the temperature drops. Blah. You enter into the larger chamber and the temperature drops noticeably. As the swirling dust and ghostly vapors subside, you make out the intimidating form of an ancient carved monolith. Painted on its face, you immediately recognize the crude spiral sign you saw on the standing stone above ground. Carefully arranged before the monolith lies two diminutive, desiccated corpses, and along the edges of the chamber stand strange urns of unknown design. The chamber has an aura of age beyond comprehension, and your head begins to spin as you realize you may be the first to set foot in it for millennia. We shouldn't be here, Cat whispers to you. Well, we are. Two desiccated corpses lie carefully placed on a carved stone slab. There is a deliberateness in their arrangement that gives the strong impression of forgotten secrets and ancient rituals. Scattered about the corpses are several strange-looking metal instruments. Examine the corpses. The dead stare indignantly at you with empty eye sockets as you examine their naked forms. You find several lesions on them, no doubt caused by the strange instruments that surround them. As to the purpose of the cuts, you have no idea. Examine the instruments. Nope. Carefully brushing away the dust and cobwebs, you survey the oddly shaped instruments. Their shapes vary from small blades to hooks and other strange forms. You have no idea as to their purpose. As you stand there pondering the strange scene before you, your eyes fall on a small wooden box. The weathered box crumbles as you touch it, revealing an ancient knife of exquisitely carved greenish stone. With trembling hands, you pick it up, and for a moment, the air around you seems to become charged with eldritch energies. Sounds die down, and your nostrils fill with the metallic ting of ozone. No doubt this is the object Matthias, the lighthouse keeper, asked you to retrieve. A sickly, wet, bubbling sound snaps you back into focus. All around you, the clay jars begin to stir, and then, one after another, they burst with loud cracks as a thick substance pours from them. To your horror, the viscous substance begins to move of its own volition towards you. That's about as... This arrangement's about as good as we can get it. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Blunt and acid. That's not good. Resist slashing, huh? That's not good. Gotta heal up again. There. 2. And then... There. Whew. Roland has been kind of my MVP for this, huh? Alright, that's it. Please tell me I have to do the whole thing over again. Alright. Save. West. West. South. West. Alright. We have the blade. We hand it to the lighthouse keeper and then see what happens there. And then after that, we'll stop. Holy shit. But we're gonna fucking patch ourselves up and everything first. We are still pretty diseased though. And I wish we could craft fucking potions and stuff, but we can't. Which sucks. Because I want some potions. Could use some of that shit. Oh shit, I forgot to fucking feed my party. I forgot to feed everyone. Oops. Begin rest. Hooray, I got an arrow made. God, I hope I can buy... Like, I think Bartillo had a bunch of arrows that I could have, but we'll see. All right. I found the black blade. Show it! The old man stammers excitedly. As you reveal the blade to him, his eyes widen, and then he tentatively reaches out for it. It's beautiful. Then his jaws clench in determination, and he recoils in apparent disgust. But it's evil. Cursed, I tell you. How so? Don't you feel it? It has power and hunger. I want nothing to do with this. Take it and bring it far away from here. Destroy it. All I would ask is that you don't throw it in the ocean. There are beings there that would wield it. We'll see. In any case, I promise to make it worth your while. And I will. Take this. The old man hands you an amulet. This will serve you well on your journey. It'll keep your body strong and free of disease. That being said, I would ask another thing of you. Go on. This here beacon is all's keeping the horrors of this island from my throat. The thing is, the oil's running low, and I got nary a drop left in storage. I needed to find some oil before the darkness takes us. I see. Thing is, the oil was coming from the mainland on the ships through Horin. Then things went dark, and now there's no way for me to get to it. If it's still in Horin, there's a good chance it'll be sitting in one of the warehouses in the harbor. I'll do what I can. That's all I can ask. I'll be waiting for you, tending to the fire as best as I can. I should get going. What does the dagger say? Ancient dagger. Accuracy +3. An ancient dagger carved from a strange greenish stone. Oh, it looks almost ritual, and you suspect it might be of some value to someone with the right interests. Grants the wearer immunity to disease. Oh, that's kind of nice. But I also see that we can level up. So we're gonna level up. I'll save, and then that's where we'll stop. All right. Cure moderate poisons. Yep, sure enough. And then save and exit. You didn't have a level up, but you did. You can get smashing charge. There we go. All right. Well, that's gonna be it for this venture into SKALD against the Black Priory. So, first impressions, this game's pretty awesome so far. I really, 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 really like it. I got a couple things, is that I got lost a little bit as far as the I got a little lost in terms of the direction and, well, actually the direction I felt was pretty quick. I was able to figure out where I was going. But like some of the UI elements I was trying to figure out, and there's still a couple things I'm a little confused on, but other than that, really cool game, really cool concept. I really like what they have here. So yeah, count on this being the next series in an RPG that I plan on, because as I said, I've waited for this game for a while, and getting to play it's finally really awesome. Getting to finally play it's really awesome, and it's just an interesting, cool experience, because it's harkening back to an older style of game that I have no experience with, since most games that were of this style, like of the Commodore 64 variety, were way, like, I mean, I wasn't even born during that whole section, you know? Like, so, yeah. Count on more of this, because I like the writing a lot. It's very nicely written, and the atmosphere of the world is just, it's so strong, even with graphics that are relatively simple like this. So, yeah, I'm gonna play more of this for certain on stream, and I hope you all, and I'm glad to have you all along for this journey. So, yeah. With that said, thank you all for joining me tonight on stream. It's been a pleasure as always. It's been 4.5 hours or so now, so I'm pretty tired, and I'm pretty dehydrated from all the reading. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Hopefully you all have a good rest of your time zone, and if you want to keep up with whenever I'm streaming again, be sure to follow me on my socials. I've mostly been posting when I'm going live on Blue Sky, Tumblr, and YouTube, so keep an eye on those platforms when I go live next, typically around 7 CST, so 7 p.m. CST. So, yeah. With that said, take care of yourselves, everybody. Stay hydrated, keep your postures checked, be good out there, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye.